There we go. Alright, just took a little bit of time to register, it seems. I'm not sure why it's like that, but sometimes it just does that. And you know what? I don't have the energy today to figure it out. So let's get everything else working today as we boot into FTD, shall we? Hope everyone's having a great time. I'm out of it today. I'm not gonna lie. I was up until like 7 a.m. editing last night. But you know what? I just have a few voice lines to record after stream today. And it's gonna be a good time. Because I'm actually really excited for the video now. I figured out the pacing. I figured out everything else I need to do. And it's a good time. Alright. I'm gonna go down in this little corner over here. And in the meantime, I'm going to get this set up for you guys. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I'm exhausted today. There we go. Alright, good. We have an ad break so I can get away with being scuffed while no one's looking. Alrighty. What music are we feeling today, boys? What are we feeling today? The Eeper, so true. Alrighty. 7 a.m. is no longer night, though. True. That is very true, Rufus. I will definitely true react that because you're right. 7 a.m. is not night. The worst part too is I went to bed and there was no snow on the ground. I woke up and there's snow and ice all over the place. I'm gonna have to shovel my driveway right after stream today as well. Sleep schedule has gone out to find artifacts. Nice. Alrighty. So I think today was just gonna be another one of those days where we just meander around on the privateer. I'm actually quite happy with how far we're getting on it right now. I will admit, not the most inspired to work on it today. So today might just be one of those shorter FTD streams where we just kind of do what we can, and we'll go from there. I'll say, okay, I do really like the superstructure I did on this, though. That actually does look nice. I'm pretty happy with that. Alrighty. Oh yeah, down here we still need to figure out how we're going to do this. But I have a sleep schedule. I cast a piece of pull, right? Okay, I can't do pull-ups, Aaron. Pick a different one. Because I don't have a pull-up bar. So specifically, I can only do exercises that don't require equipment. I have my coffee here, which is nice. That would be nice. I'm staring at it right now. I'm just staring at my coffee, waiting for it to cool down enough so I can, like, drink it all at once. Alright, what are we feeling for music today? You know, because I've been editing, I need music suggestions, because I've been editing the EU4 video. Let's do Claire Obscure. Honestly, okay, so I finally actually sat down and, I watched a run-through of Expedition 33 last week. Holy shit, if it's not Game of the Year, it's rigged. I'm calling it right now. If Claire Obscure is not Game of the Year, it's rigged. And it's not even close, I'm sorry. Like, we know my opinion on sequels. So, like, I love Silksong, I love... there was another sequel that came... Oh, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Great games, but they're sequels. They don't deserve Game of the Year. Claire Obscure, that shit's getting Game of the Year. Do I think it should be best indie game? No, I think it's a AA game, personally, with the amount of fun that it had. But, you know what? The semantics, right? Too poor for a pull-up bar, as much? No, it's just we don't do that. So, Aaron, you'll have to pick a different exercise, or I can just refund it later. Or have one of the mods refund it. Do we have any mods in chat today? Who do we got in chat today? That's the good question. We have M3 Lee in first. I see Gravitas, Cruiser, Morgana, Blue Man, Rufus, of course. Good to see you, Rufus. How's it going? I'm excited for Wednesday. Syrup, how's it going? The Eeper, working, so true. Nominated for the most wins in the Games Award. Yeah, honestly, I'm expecting the Claire Obscure sweep, but I honestly think other stuff should be given a chance as well. Just give Claire Obscure Game of the Year. Give the other games a chance to get something, right? Because it's so good. And like all the games I've been playing recently have had the theme of grief, right? Has everyone here seen Claire Obscure? I don't want to spoil it for anyone if they plan on seeing it. So, if you haven't seen it, mute the stream for a few minutes. Let me know when you've done so, and I will continue talking about Claire Obscure. There we go. All right. Does that work? No, I did that the wrong way. Shit. Alright, yeah, here's what we need. Okay. Alright, I'm assuming everyone who doesn't want to, no, I want to play it myself. Alright, well, I'm assuming everyone who doesn't want to hear it then is currently muted the stream. Yeah, no, the themes of grief that it deals with are just incredible. And, I absolutely love it. I experienced common life for the first time in 13 years. Oh god, yeah, it's been 13 years. Jack and I have known each other over half our lives now. But, we're gonna make you to hydrate. Did the chin, I love it. Oh, I know, right, Blue Man? It looks great. But yeah, no, easily, Claire Obscure, like, the way it deals with grief and the way Persona 3 deals with grief is so good. Because they're such real representations of, in Claire Obscure, it's people who don't know how to deal with grief, and they're forced to confront it. Whereas Persona 3, the entire game is the accumulation of grief, followed by the DLC, which is how do you process grief. You know what I mean? And obviously it's two different types of grief, because in one game it's grief over a family loss, and in the other one it's grief over the loss of a friend. And very similar themes, but those two are very different feelings. And it's so peak. It's so peak, chat. Anyway, I'm gonna tell them it's okay to unmute now. There we go. Alright. Morgana uses dehydrates. But yes, no, what do you think of the superstructure, Blue Man? Because I don't think you saw it when I built it the other day. I haven't decoed it yet, obviously. This is just the structural stuff. But I'm actually pretty happy with how it turned out. And I got my little offset rangefinder, too. Here, I'm going to put this here. We're going to yap for a bit as I decide how I want to do this. I still need to figure out how I want to implement the engine. But, make voices at each other. Kind of feel like they should do a Games Award things that more like the Oscars or BAFTAs, where you have experienced industry experts, writers, graphics engineers doing the voting rather than just doing a popularity contest. I agree. I think having the Game of the Year be a popularity contest is okay. On one hand, I like the idea that people can choose it because it shows the will of the cultural zeitgeist, right? Like it shows that what was played a lot. That year, because I think what else? I think Arc Raiders was nominated for Game of the Year. That's my issue with when you have the common people voted, right? Is that Arc Raiders, I'm sure, is a great game. It just isn't a Game of the Year. It's like when Overwatch was made Game of the Year in 2017, 2016. I think it was 2016. Like, what a fucking. To be fair, I think 2016 was a pretty lackluster year for games, but like. I'm sure they could have found something better than Overwatch for Game of the Year. What game is Arc Raiders? From my understanding, it's a new, like, Battle Royale shooter? I don't know. I don't pay too much attention to those types of shooters. Hell, I barely play hero shooters, and I've been getting really into Marvel Rivals. But every game has Game of the Year edition of it. Well, that's because back then, those smaller committees, so it's like how everyone can be a New York Times bestseller, right? Possible corruption? Not sure if that's the right word. Well, no, exactly. And like, if you have a council of, sure, they're experienced industry experts, but it's such a smaller amount that it's like how people get mad at how Oscars get awarded out right now, right? It's the War Thunder, Star Trek Online, and Satisfactory this year, to be honest. No, that's fair. And that airship game, Conquer the Skies? How do you rotate technical equivalence or graphics technique innovations? Well, that's the thing, was there any graphics techniques innovations this year? Like, I feel like all of this year has been pretty standard when it comes to, like, I feel like we've kind of hit the plateau of graphics. And people need to start getting back into art style. Because graphics right now just, I feel like they've plateaued. Then again, I guess Monster Hunter's Wild did look really good. But I don't even think it's nominated for anything this year, is it? Which makes sense because it had such a shitty launch, just with the performance-wise. How do I want to do these smokestacks? Yeah, how do I want to do this here? Let's clean up the sides of the hull first. And then we'll figure out how we want to do other stuff, eh? But yeah, no, like, Claire Obscure is just, yeah, easily Game of the Year. It's not even close. It deserves every nomination it got. It is such, it hits on every emotional beat that I crave in my games, and it's just so fucking good, you know? But, I won't talk about it too much, I don't want to spoil it for people. But now that I have context for all the songs we listened to during stream, I'm like, oh no. Oh no, because I know like which song goes with what scene now. It's like the, just the, oh no. Yeah, we can keep that. Why are you like that, mister? You should be like this. There we go. Alrighty. And then over here we have the same issue, I see. How did we get away with this? Chat, why were you letting me cook, chat? This isn't how it's supposed to look. No, not like that. It's me with Doctor Who scores. Oh, sorry. Okay, I missed some chat. 1 second. Yeah, though, when I think, okay, fair. Heard of that game before. It's like Sea of Thieves in terms of gameplay. Try to extract stuff and turn that you can counter every player's gonna be hostile. Maybe have random extras be secretly chosen or have people vote for them. No matter what happens, if the moment you corporatize something like this or organize it, there's gonna be inherent bias. Like, yes, an audience has bias as well, but I still feel like having the audience pick Game of the Year is the best system we have at the moment. Graphics have not really gotten better since the 30 series GPU released in MIO. Yet somehow the minimum requirements keep increasing. Yeah, well, it's not to do the typical Western game dev was here, but like, people don't fucking optimize their games anymore. Like, Marvel Rivals should not be a 100 gigabit download. There's no reason. And that's a game that has art style, not realism. There is no reason why Marvel Rivals is such a massive game. You could say, oh, well, they have, like, you know, 40 characters. Yeah. Do you know ever games had 40 characters? The majority of fighting games, like, growing up. Smash Bros. Isn't 100 gigs. And they have 70. You know what I mean? And more detailed movesets, by the way. Like, people just don't know how to compress textures anymore. Graphics techniques is a pretty broad concept. Fellow shaded games do some interesting graphic stuff, yeah. Yeah, but Clair Obscur is for French. Yeah, it's so, Clair Obscur, my favorite part about it is that some guy at Ubisoft was bored of how a company was making games, and so just decides to make his own game. Like, let Ubisoft devs run wild if Clair Obscur is what we're gonna get from it, because holy shit is it good. Alright, okay. And then like, I feel like Clair Obscur could have been like half the quality that it is, and I would still say it's Game of the Year. It's such a good fucking game. Alright, so we'll fix this all up later when we clean up the area. But I'm really happy with how this rear area here developed, and then maybe just put some windows back here, but I'm super happy with how this worked. But we didn't finish it last time we were here, did we, chat? There we go. And then, of course, we need little poles over here. I don't know why I put those in the corners of the windows, but you know what? It works. It just works, TM. There we go. Alright. We can do some interior work here. Yeah, we'll just work on whatever we feel like we can right now. Because like I said, I'm so tired. I do not have the creativity, sadly, right now to do how I've been building the last few days. Which I know isn't my own fault, don't get me wrong. But it's just how it goes sometimes. Alright. Here. Actually, we use metal for that. Interesting. Okay. You know what's another game I want to play lately? I want to play Barony. I had so much fun with Banish yesterday. For those of you who may not have been here yesterday, I was playing a city builder, and oh my god, it was so much fun. But, I've been really just enjoying going back and playing a lot of old classics that are in my Steam library lately. And it's been very nice. Alright. think here we can just clean this up like this. You know what? No, let's put that in here. Have this as a separate room, eh? There we go. I don't particularly care about the interior doors right now. We'll work on that as time goes on. Alrighty. Not a bad little area, eh? Look at that, chat. We did some interior for once. You'll always be my old classics. What does that mean? I'm Reed, thank you. Oh my god. Thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub to Steel Carol. Hello and welcome in. How's it going? Okay. Also my favorite old class. I'm not even that old. Okay, 2 fits. First off, Chug, you're the same age as me. Secondly, I'm not even considered vintage yet. I don't want to hear it. I literally work with artifacts. I don't want to hear it, chat. Games are just hard to make, especially these days. See, I disagree with that principle. I don't feel like game engines have gotten any harder to make. Have industry standards risen? Absolutely. I won't contest that. But I don't necessarily think that gaming has gotten harder as an industry. Have shareholders gotten their grubby little fingers into everything? Yes. Are microtransactions dog shit? Yes. But at the end of the day, if you make something fun, it's gonna do well. We have so many examples this year. Silksong. Silksong did not need to be, Silksong could have easily been a $60 sequel, and people still would have bought it. But they only charged 20. And I think that was such a Team Cherry did the right thing there. Dispatch. It's pretty much Ad Hoc Studios is just the new Telltale game. I don't want to do them a disservice by just saying, oh yeah, they're just Telltale. But let's be honest, it's what it is. It's a story-based clicker game, right? And they still did really well. To the point where they actually didn't have anything else planned because they didn't know how well they were going to do. Oh, thank you for the care package. I will hydrate and stretch. Thank you for help with my tank, man. I appreciate it. I hope your stream is nice. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. We'll be reviewing, You are vintage. No, I'm not. Yeah, so I'm Red. We'll be doing the review portion usually around the 2-hour mark of stream. If you need to go, if you want to lurk and go do something else. Because I know not everyone enjoys just watching me yap and build. But the reviews are normally about 2 hours in. But if you stick around, you might learn something about Deepwater Guard building, because I'm working on my own fan build right now. What is Dispatch about? Heard everyone talks about it, but I never knew what the game's about. Honestly, just watch it. I'm not going to spoil it for you. Just go watch... I watched MK Ice and Fire's playthrough for the Blonde Blazer route, and I watched my friend Raven's playthrough for the Invisigal route. But honestly, just go watch a full playthrough. It has so many incredible story beats. If you want to do one better and get the hype that I had, watch it weekly. Watch 2 episodes a week. So every Wednesday, they would release 2 episodes. And it really gave time for there to be a lot of build up and fan theories and whatnot. But so if you wasn't, no worries, Rufus, have a good lurk. Review a few Corey builds at the end of the stream. No, it's okay, he's not here. We'll do the Corey builds when he's back from New Zealand. I might review Carson builds today, though, if he has them. Everyone's at least 20 years old, but less than 100 years old. We are all vintage now. Yeah, I guess we would be, wouldn't we? Yeah, I was saying we're not antiques. We are vintage, we're not antiques, though. Maybe you could raise the center deck in front of the engine up like that. The shaft center of the engine, and then have walkways on the left and right. That was the plan. I wanted to get a structure in here. I just wasn't sure how I wanted to structure it. So the idea is maybe have a tower here or something that holds on to a central walkway from here, and then have that come up and across and then goes over to here. Because we already are going to have the diagonal masts with the rigging going across. So I'm just not sure how I want to do it yet. And I don't think today is going to be the day I do it, because like I said, I'm exhausted today. Alright, let's get these in place. And then this one over here will have some detection on it. Do I have the freebooter that I can copy? The answer might shock you. It's always yes. Oh, it's a story game. I assume it was about being police because of the title. Not really police. No, you are... So you're a dispatcher for a superhero agency. So you're like a 911 operator, but you're, what's the word? Why am I blanking on my worst? I know why I'm blanking on my worst day. I stayed up late and I have no coffee. But you're a 911 operator, except you dispatch superheroes instead of like police forces. All right, let's take a look at what we want to do here. That's what I need. Thank you. Yoink. Remember, chat. Half of Deepwater Guard ships and stuff are just free. You can just go out and take them. No one will stop you. Helps that it's my own craft, but that's besides the point. Alright. Now, clearly, I'm missing some deco here. Y'all. There we go. Nice, okay. And then we just paint that trim, and we'll be good to go. But yeah, no, whatever hot topics do I have for today? I think Game of the Year is going to be very controversial no matter who gets picked. Because if it's not Clair Obscure, people are going to be mad, and if it is Clair Obscure, other people are going to be mad. Because a lot of people are hating on Clair Obscure right now just because of how much it got nominated. And I'm like, come on, you're just being a contrarian. You're hating on something because it's popular. You're not hating on something because of any valid critiques, which I think is silly. But, that being said, I'm guilty of the same shit. I do it all the time. So, you know what I mean? It's one of those things where I gotta be like, oh, damn. Alright. I don't think I need any particularly innovative feature for the crow's nest, honestly. So, we'll just do our best. Does that look right? Yeah, I guess that's what it's supposed to look like. I don't know why it looks so... Oh, you know what? Because the telescope's not there. 1 second. There we go. Alright, so we'll just copy the freebooters stuff over, and then I do like the idea of having the anchor copied over actually as well. This was a suggestion by Wrench on the freebooter. So let's paste him here. And then there was another suggestion by Wrench to have the masts have a little bit of extra supports on it, which I kind of want to do. Can I lurk and read a book right now? No worries. Wait, you can use the prefab too to grab mimics? Yeah, anything anchored onto a deco. So I have a lot of areas where the prefab, it's just a single block prefab with some deco on it. If you have any questions about the game, Reed, like, let me know, because you can also go here, hit R to grab a block that you're over. That's how I'm doing a lot of my work. And Control-Shift-X places a deco wherever you are, anchored to the nearest block, in the exact orientation you have it, which makes it a lot easier to do. Tons of different shortcuts for this game, if you take the time to sit down and learn them. I've been playing this game since 2014, so I tend to know quite a few of them. But please, by all means, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Alright, let's do a 2-meter pole. Alright. Let's have it go right, and then up, so it stays on this one, so we can mirror it easier. And we want these to be probably about 2.5, I want to say. And then we can drag them this way. I don't think the yaw particularly matters. But the pitch, however, does. Get that 45-degree angle out. No, it's good. I think 2 works. So I could just use the 4-meter pole now when I think about it. Ooh, no, it actually doesn't. I don't want it to be in front of that chain, do I? There we go. Alrighty. So yeah, something like that is what Wrench recommended. And you know what? I will say that does actually look a little bit more detailed, eh? And I think what we'll do for these ones is we'll actually have these unpainted. Build up a little bit of texture in there, right? And over here, just make sure that that goes through. Alright, that looks like a pretty decent mast. And obviously, as we add more stuff to it, we'll be okay, but... Bears, Gordon Ramsay, how hard he cooked. Oh, let's see, I just want Silks on the win the music category because Christopher Larkin absolutely cooked. Oh, absolutely. Hey, driver, how's it going? Hey Raven. Oh Raven, I was just talking about you. We're talking about dispatch. And I was saying how for Invisigal route I watched your series, and for the Blonde Blazer route I was watching someone else. But my chat was asking about it. I said, yeah, just go watch it. It's absolutely like just go watch Dispatch. It's an absolutely phenomenal game. If you enjoy Telltale style games, buy it. Highly recommend. I very rarely play Telltale style games, so I just watched it. But oh my god, it's such a good game. Yeah, I do have an odd question then. How did you make the barbed wire on the Sand Scorpion tanks? Painfully. It took me about 10 minutes to figure out how to do it, so I can walk you through it. Need energy put a guard, Kopesh, there we go. I need to rebuild the Kopesh soon. It's not great, I need to make it better. It's just old. Alright, so, see how I did this here? They're all attached to one side. Let's walk you through it, okay? So you have the posts, which is just pole plus pole tip. And then you have these little guys here, which are just metal poles that act as the retaining wire. So if you ever look at barbed wire, you'll see how you have some guide wires and you have like the actual barbed wire itself, which goes around it. And then here is the barbed wire itself. So I used the small jet combustor because it has those little areas on the outside. And then I could have decoed it over, like I could have, material override with metal. But I prefer having the little red line that the jet combustor gets. Makes it look a little bit more dangerous and adds a little bit more texture. So. And then just copy that. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry, never mind. I originally did 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, but then I added the third grid. Make it technically more like razor wire, but yeah. Chat, buy more fins. Oh my god. Yeah, I hope that answers your question. If you don't want to buy it, shameless plug-in moment. True, go watch Raven's playthrough of it. I'm sure they've edited up the VOD and put it on their YouTube channel by now, right, Raven? It's been weeks. Surely you've put it up on your channel by now, right? So that I could have an easily digestible 8-episode series in a playlist. And it's been well edited down, right, Raven? Surely Raven wouldn't leave us without a VODs channel. I enjoy being a shitter. Yeah, fucking right. Professional VTuber, Elder Goat, everyone, I would like to point out. Can we get a shout out in chat if we have mods in chat, by the way? Alright. Actually, no, I don't think we do have mods today, so I'll do it myself. Shout out. Elder Goss. Pokemon. Goddamn fucking grass types in my chat all the time. Oh my god, I just realized, yeah, Elder Goss, Elder Goat, you really are just a grass type. Okay, chat, I don't want to look over and see favorite German and best German, okay? You are all equally German. Let's get that straight, okay? I don't want to see Germans fighting in my chat. I'm a dark type, you motherfucker. Yeah. How about this, Raven? The moon haunts you. Uses Moonblast for 102% chance to one-hit KO. Alright, I do like these little catwalks back here, now that I look at this. So I think they could use some supports, especially at the stairs area. So that will be something we work on as well, I think. That could definitely use some. Fuck, now I just want to work on the freebooter as well. Yeah, no, we'll do a privateer first, get some small details in here, and then we'll work on. We'll just go for the rest of our, crowd and do that later. Now, I think what we'll do over here, actually. Excuse me. We'll do the same thing, right? Except only one side back here. Actually, no, let's just have both sides. It's a silly place. We'll just do the same thing, because copy and deco, like, yeah, I could do, like, bespoke pieces for each one. It's not always worth it. Knowing when something is worthwhile to do and when something's like, we can skip it, take it or leave it, is a good skill to have in this game. Not everything has to be a completely unique piece. It's nice, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't have to be. We'll put the truss there. Do this, we'll have, what about the 0.75? forward. That looks about right. Nope, needs to be 0.5, okay. Now, I know we have like a pull-to-pull transition, but I'm lazy, and I don't feel like getting that right now. There we go. Alrighty. Is there anything else we need to do immediately on this? We might have some like silly little ribbons and whatnot on the rigging itself as it goes across, but definitely I think we're okay. And then do we want to have the cheekbones held up again, like over here? The cheekbones being held up was interesting, but also I don't know if it makes the most sense. Yeah, especially with the rangefinder here. I don't think we can fit it, actually. The rangefinder would clip into it. That's all we do. What do you mean that's all you do? Stop being mean to M3. M3's Dutch, aren't they? They're not even German. Oh god, one second. Let me roll up in chat here. I'm a stupid. Hey, no, self-deprecating here. Don't make me tap the rule board. Actually, I don't think I have no self-deprecating as a rule, but I should maybe put that. Chat, you're positively, yeah. Chat, you're now union mandated positivity. Have the best Pokemon Umbreon on top. Consider this, the humble crustal boy. Actually, hell, I didn't even use crustal. I had a Cleavor. Not me and your. What are you guys doing? Hey Blaze, how's it going? Long time no see. Yeah, no, it's good to see you. Hope you've been well. As always, hope you've been well. Okay. We're just doing a little bit of deco today. I'm not doing too much building. Actually, you know what? Let's have that. Let's have the little cheekbones, but this time instead of being supported by the mast, they're gonna actually. Who the fuck anchored it here? I'm going to commit a felony the moment I get my hands on Quarry. Quarry, what the fuck is this? Alright, well, you know what? This actually does work as much as I'm complaining. Because it means I can just do this. It's here? Yeah, there we go. Alright. Alright. One window though. Put you up. Two windows. Put you up forward. There we go. Just gonna anchor it a little bit better so that I don't have to use Mimic Invisibles for the windows, right? One second, I gotta pull my nose, chat. We've gone from like +10 to like -8 over the last few days. And anytime there's like a high pressure system or a low pressure system that sweeps through, it just ruins me. Being okay? I hope you're doing great though. I'm doing really good. It's good to see you though. I hope you've been as good as well. Rest of my mods have suppressed me. Oh, so based. Let's go. Your mods are so based for that. I feel like mods should abuse their streamers more. I'm saying this knowing that none of my mods are here today. So this does not leak, okay, chat? Chat, if I catch any wind that you guys leaked this joke, I'll know who did it. I have all your names. I'll know who did it. All right. And then you know what? While we're here, just move you forward, please. There we go. That's a little bit more reasonable. All right. There we go. So we get the windows in. Yeah, I think if we just... Honestly, I think if we just get a little bit more of the superstructure over here done today, I'd be pretty happy. And I wouldn't have to worry about this. I'm going to leak so hard. I'm going to leak. If you don't, you're doing it wrong. Probably check the rebooter for quarry speed holes. I did. I already cleaned up most of them. Because there was quite a few back when we did this. But no, the thing is with the freebooter, I did most of the shaping on it. So I can't even blame Corey if there is a few speed holes. Like over here, for example, this was me. But I do quite like the little angle in there. It makes it feel a little bit more torn apart, right? So. No, the freebooter is mostly my issues. According to Twitch, apparently Carson is here. Nah, he would say something by now if he was here. Rival of the Carson. My mods or shaping, huh? How about you shape my turnip patch? How about you find some turnip seeds? How about you replant it yourself? Muffled sounds of catboy violence. Alrighty. I need to grab this pole here. Now watch this dry. Now, how are we gonna get this in here is the question. I do like that we have so much stuff though that we can just start copying it nowadays. Very nice. Right, not quite what we want, is it? Let's put you here. Make you trim color and apply it with mirror. Yeah, that'll have to work for now. Just have it coming out of the side there. I just don't really see how we're gonna have it work any other way. Stove. There we go. We could probably move that forward a little bit, don't you think? A wee bit. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. Now this, because now I need to move it sideways then. Oh come on! I just blew my nose. Why do I have to do it again? Oh shit! Carson was here. I can't believe you guys would do this. Anyway, Carson, Corey's in New Zealand for the foreseeable future, so I'm gonna be bugging you because Corey is gone, released from his oaths of servitude. Don't know why I went with the Dark Souls script there. I feel like that was a little bit unnecessary. Let's yaw that to 45. I'd mesh. No, not quite what I wanted. Keep you out here. Give you a little bit of space. There we go. And then just one up, right? Why are my windows sideways? That's gonna be very annoying to me. Alright, and just move you back just a wee bit. There we go. That's gonna be the best we get for this bridge. I don't want it to look the exact same as the freebooter, hence why I'm not doing all the, you know, the fancy. Actually, that does look the exact same as the freebooter. You know what? That's fine. That works. Be back. Have a good time. No worries, Blaze. Have a good one. It's good seeing you, dude. Hey, I'm Red. Thank you for the subscription. Appreciate it. Being very generous today. I really appreciate it. What day is it? I forgot what time it is. I believe it's Monday. I hope it's Monday. Otherwise, I'm streaming the wrong game. Blue Catboy on the purple Catboy stream. I'm not even a Catboy. What are you talking about? I'm not even a Catboy. I'm not. I'm just a little guy. I look at rocks. Please leave me alone. You suck at keyboard? Catboy. I'm sorry, who are you? First time chatter. You suck at keyboard. Catboy. Who are you? Do I know you? Oh, that's so funny. Just out of nowhere, just Catboy. It's like, where the fuck did you come from? I like them already. Yeah, I bet you would. I bet you would, Nick. Best first time chatter right there. Alrighty. Chat, does anyone remember the, it's like 0.33 or something like that? Every time we have a 2-meter window, I always ask, does anyone remember the pitch, or not the pitch angle, the yaw angle? It's not. Oh, we have to do it. 1 second. Oh, what was it actually? It's like 33 point something, right? Which means I would put it at 56. 45 divide 2. Well, no, because in the game it's not exact. Is it? I don't remember. Because I know sometimes in the game there's an issue. I'm getting my calculator out, whatever. I don't feel like doing math. 45. 22.5. Okay, there we go. Wouldn't you like to know, kitty cat? Okay. Also, he's a twink, not a cat. Okay, you guys really need to decide on what I am, it seems. Alright, so 90. 67.7 is what I need, okay. Here we go. See, it doesn't quite match up, does it? It never does. See how it's, it tapers in a little bit, it goes over a little bit, so it's not quite 67.5. I'm gonna put it to 65.5. Because the 2 meter slopes aren't quite exactly 2 meters. Which is just as annoying as it sounds, yes. That's because he stole that from me! And who you shook down to make deep water guard or alleged craft yesterday? Oh, based! I love this! Yes, I remember in general. I have a screenshot, but I need to post in quotes at some point, but it's very funny. It's just, is this, because it's you asking me, is this just an elaborate way to get me to, come on your stream for an extra viewer? And I was like, yeah, OFTD members are free. You can practically just take them out of show off your designs in FTD general. Nobody will stop you. I already have 1.2k. I need to put that in the quotes channel because it's actually really funny. Oh, Neko sends me too many memes. Arrow and I talk too much about editing. Who did I send that quote to yesterday? But I don't have to scroll up too far to see where I sent it. Ah, here we go. But yeah, no, that was such a funny, that was so funny to me yesterday. There we go, I'll post it myself. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely, OFTD members are free. You can just grab them out of show up your FTD designs and FTD general. No one will stop you, I already have 1.2k. Oh my god. Marissa Capo coded, even new people pick it up instantly. Can confirm you've done it to me. Oh yeah, no, trust me though. I think Lava and Ragebot were also had that done to them. But yes, I do this quite often. I'm considering the apology denied. What do you mean apology? I have done nothing wrong. The devs have given me a license to shill and I intend to use it. Alright, so I think maybe 63.5 works better. Yeah, 63.5 seems to work better. Just to match up with everything else. See, this is why I always ask chat, wait, what's the actual angle? Because it's never just divide 2. It never is. Why do I trust chat? We do 1.1 here. Get right to the edge. Because this is the fun thing that I always hate doing. Alright, it's gonna be 1.15. No, it's gonna be 1.1. No, it's gonna be... I hate it here, I hate it here, I hate it here. Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. Okay. Alright, how's that look? I feel like I should maybe inset them a little bit. Did I do that over here? They're inset on the sides, obviously. We didn't do any windows down here. Do I have any shaped windows anywhere? Yeah, we're gonna have to inset them a little bit. Yeah, because up here is where I copied the plunder a little bit. And if only I had group deco move, Sag. I think there was a way to get group deco move. Let's just have it inset a little bit. Alas, there's no way to be able to remove grouped decos in a convenient manner. There we go. By having it inset a little bit, it doesn't quite... It's not as noticeable if the angle doesn't match up, but I think 63.5 is the angle of a 2 meter slope in this game. At least that's what I consistently get it to look good with. Wow. Alright. Yeah, who else have I done it to? Raise your hand if you were one of the people I shielded to get out of FTD. Because it happens to quite a lot of you. I know of 4 people recently. And then there's some new people in the Discord too that I've managed to steal. Just from the YouTube comment section, which is really funny to me. I'll have you know I joined OFD after joining this. Wait, actually, Lava? I thought I stole you from OFD, Lava. That's hilarious. I always have 2-meter and 3-meter windows decos prefabbed up. That's actually such a good idea. I need you to know this. Because I do this design so often, it would actually be quite nice to prefab that up. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do that right now. No, Lava, I swear I stole you from OFD. I'm like confident. There we go. Alright, over here. Interesting, but... Oh, I know. No, there should be a little bit of room, wiggle room. There's no... Oh, no, there is a little bit of wiggle room. Okay. So I'm losing my mind over here. Give me a second. Just, you know, common stuff. Alright. Honestly, I think we get rid of that. We can just put metal there. And then up here, we can do... hole. Ta-da! Yeah, I think that works actually really well. Alright, I'm pretty happy with that design. There we go. Okay, put you to 2. Yeah, that works. This way. Let's just put you to 2.1. Why did what just exploded? Can we just not have something explode for 5 minutes, please? There we go. Alright, sorry about that. Choked on my own, I breathed in the runway and I just started choking. Mid-sentence. Not confirmed with it yet. I am an enigma. I joined from your channel. Interesting. If we kick and reinvite, then we can maintain the narrative. True! We can change the narrative. Could you imagine? No, still, it's interesting. I always love just seeing how, like, how different community members come from different areas, right? It's actually really interesting. Syrup, for example, came from Arrow's community, despite the fact that I solely know him for OFTD. I don't really know him for TTRPGs, right? Or at least so he told me one time. He could have been lying now that I think about it. But I like to think that I'm the only liar in the community. I like to imagine my community doesn't lie, it's just me. What's this look like an aerodynamic view? Honestly, that's not bad. That looks about right. And you have a little bit of a little lip there. Alrighty, that's not bad. I forgot about the little alcove down here. Look at him go. Probably put a mannequin in there doing something, I don't know what. Alright. I need my little anchors. What the fuck is some What are you doing here? Get out of here. Alright. Save over to freebooter because we got rid of one piece of chain. Don't know why that chain was there, honestly. Didn't have any decos attached to it or anything. Alright. Thank you to Hydrate, appreciate it. Keep your VOD channel on YouTube because your VOD got recommended to me when I was watching a German VOD. Oh yeah, you mentioned this before where it's like, yeah, let's go. I share an audience with Germa. Huge W for me. Alright. I'm tempted to do the anchors right now. But that implies I have to do the anchors right now, which I'm not the biggest fan of. So instead, let's just fix up the front here, because I noticed some mistakes I did. Oh, one of my everythings that I love about Clair Obscure too is that, like, all my friends who were playing it, they saw the gommage, and they're like, oh, I don't know what that means. And I'm sitting there going, wait, no. Because understanding French makes Clair Obscure a lot less mysterious and just a lot more, wait, stop. Because, like, just some of the French words they say, you immediately know what they mean, and you're like, oh, no. Please, no. Alright, there we go. Fix up the bows a little bit, make them like the freebooter bow. Still one of my favorite bow designs I've had to this day. I know it's not typical Papo style, but I'm allowed to make some changes to my builds. Not everything has to be typical. I really am almost tempted just to put, like, forward-mounted torpedoes here and just put some insane launchers on them so they launch ahead of the catamaran. We'll see how fast the ship goes at the end. We'll decide from there. What do we want over here now? Really is the hardest part to decide is what we do with the smokestacks. Germany. Doing big numbers in the mentally deranged sphere. Okay, buddy. I know what your audience is like, Neko. I don't want to hear it. I've seen your audience. I've seen what makes them cheer. Make that an area for people to sit down and eat, like a cafeteria. At the front of a military ship? I doubt it. Alright, we're gonna do the same prop design that Fitzgerald has, and I'm gonna copy Corey's little prop design, just make it a little bit more interesting. Alright. There we go. And there we go. Alright. That works. I still don't know how I want to detail this engine, honestly. That's the issue with this build right now, is like, how do I build up this central area? Maybe I just ignore it for now and work on building up the Ever superstructure? Because over here I did like very basic superstructure underneath it, right? And with the little catwalks around it, I could do that again. Honestly, maybe I have another mast in front up here too. Have 3 masts on this build. No, I think that'd be silly. Because that'd be kind of in line with this one. It wouldn't work how I want it to. Unless I tilt it to the side. No, I don't think it would work how I want it to. Let's just ignore that for now and go back over here. I can just ignore that. I don't have to think about that right now. Yeah, I have a little under 500 hours, which means I haven't even completed the tutorial yet. Which is why I was watching videos on design. Ah, I see. I think I'm the only one who does specifically campaign design videos. Everyone else does, like, how to design realistic ships and whatnot. But I feel like designing realistic ships is a little bit boring, because, there's only a few ways to do it, right? I think Wrench and I think Hawkins are incredible builders, but they're pretty much doing the same thing, right? In terms of just like, oh yeah, here's how to do a proper boat haul. Whereas this, for example, this is not a proper boat haul. God damn, is it fun? You know what I mean? And that's no slight on them, by the way. I love both their channels' contents. I do watch Hawkins and Wrench quite often. Reminds me, after I'm done this, I gotta submit this to just Wreckfest, get some feedback on it. Operation, railing. Oh, whoops, that's not what I want. We can do, actually, let's do it like, let's not do it like that. Let's just try to have it like that, I guess. No. Alright, that's how that's gonna look. And then same with here. Need this here. We're gonna deco these, don't worry. There we go. Alright, so that's the idea there. Oh, I'm glad that didn't mirror anything because, oh no, it did, damn it. Stop him. There we go. Why did that mirror something? That shouldn't have been able to fit there, that's weird. Alright, so we have the more complex railing down below. We have the fun railing up top, which will decorative look kind of like, where's the railing over here that we have for it? I have an example, yeah, over here on the catwalk, how it's like combined into the middle here. That'll be nice. And then that little balcony's already supported. I don't have to worry about supporting it with anything. Hey, Renegade, how's it going? Ah, Renegade was the other person I recruited last night. So I like to go into OFTD and just, I see people building different stuff, and so I'll just yoink them. And, yeah, because it was Renegade and it was, Oh, that's funny. Yeah, because I think it was Renegade, I'm Red, and... Sorry, I forget the other person's name. They were literally just here. You suck at keyboard, which is an incredible username, by the way. Oh, dude, I'm at Biscuit and brand new to the game. Oh, yeah, no worries. Alright. I like the weird and wacky makes it way more fun. Yeah, like, I can really appreciate people who do realism builds. I think they have some incredible skill, and I mean that sincerely. I just think it's also, like, you have all this freedom and you're gonna do realism? Okay. Okay, I guess. Alright, let's try and get some supports for our engine going here. Can I just do this, actually? I think this just works, huh? Yeah, it just works. Nice. We'll have to make those bigger supports eventually, I guess. Would it be remiss? Look at that, chat. We're using fancy words now. Would it be remiss to just build it up like this? Oh no, okay, that's the vibe right there. That's what we're going for. Absolutely. That is what we needed. So have that support up there. Actually no, that's not the vibe. Scratch that. Vibe lost. Vibe check not passed. You died. Splash card play. You know how few people actually do a tutorial? Well, the tutorial is so outdated. I was talking to Sean about it, and I was like, I should actually sit down and redo the tutorials in game sometime. You know, lurk until I'm off work. No worries, I'm ready. It was good seeing you. I think making real designs can be really cool, especially if you look at the obscure ones, such as Erebus class monitors. Oh yeah, no, you can. I love taking real life designs and turning them into faction style designs. The freebooter is literally just a Nelson class. If you look at the layout, free main guns forward, secondaries across the superstructure. Like, this is just the Deepwater Guard Nelson. Also, I think the privateer is going to end up just being an APS size, or I think, no, it needs to be cheaper than the freebooter. That's all I ask, please. I don't think it's going to be, though. Actually, but again, all we have left really is superstructure and the middle bit with the engine. And then the interior, obviously, with some armor. I think maybe we can keep it under... No, I think it's going to be the same. I think we built too big, chat. But you know what? It's creativity. That's okay. Anyway, we are at the 1 hour point here, so we are going to be going into some ads soon. Just bear in mind. Or I was just reinstalling PAT, and apparently they added Twitch integration sometime. Really? How does it work? Isn't the freebooter a cruiser, though? It's a heavy cruiser, yeah. And then the privateer was meant to be a light cruiser, but... Well, actually, I think guns-wise, it still comes out as a light cruiser. So classification-wise, it still works. Just he's a little bit of a chunky boy is all. Yeah, I can't even make him like 1 block thinner or anything too. Stuff that I can really cut out of him that would make this better. Damn. Like he's too big. 101 by 49 by 36. Same heights, interestingly enough, which is really funny. But that's okay. It actually is funny because I think the privateer actually has a taller superstructure because everything around the freebooter is a little bit more nestled in, whereas the privateer is a little bit more freestanding. Both have their appeal. Don't get me wrong, but that's interesting to me. These new ships with deep guard, they look hella cool. No, these are my private fleet renegade. So this is what I build when I want to go wild with the styles without having to actually follow the rules. I'll wait until the ad's done, then I'll explain what they're for. But privateer will probably be a bit overcost the old freebooter, but below the cost of the current one. That's what I'm hoping for. But yeah, the way I'm designing them is I want to do a deep water guard only campaign for myself, where I beat the entire campaign using only deep water guard style designs. And as I progress through the factions, I unlock new tech. So the privateer is going to be after, or it's going to be like a pre-deep water guard tech. Which integration or possibly like a link to Pat Twitch streams, because it seems what YT integration means. Ah, I see. Wait, I know it's Titan? Yes. Alright. You know what? You see how we have this little area here? Maybe this is what we'll put in the... Yeah. Okay. I think I figured out how I want to do this middle section now. Alright. Let's just do a little circle. How wide did I make it over here on the freebooter? It is pretty wide, y'all. Yeah, okay. Let's just do like a little like Ewok structure, which sounds horrific, but you guys know what I mean. Do I have room? Did I do this a little bit too? Oh, I think I have just enough room. Let's go. We also do a half Ewok structure. Because I feel like... Yeah, over here is a lot thinner than how I did it over here, but I think the idea remains the same. That's about the area where we'd want walkways, though. Yeah, because you can come up off this one and come up to here, right? Do we want it to be lower? I feel like that's a little bit too steep. That's the same. Okay, one block high is fine. Okay. I'm starting to see the vision again, chat. Here's the fin. I need to stop saying that. I'm playing too much Marvel Rivals. Arrow will say anything mildly upset, and I just switch heroes and go, here's the fin, Arrow. It's such a stupid fucking gimmick. Alright, actually, let's move it back. Oh, I love this song. There we go. Alright. Now, I realize on the freebooter it's a lot smaller, but I feel like we kind of need it to be bigger here, eh? Do we want it to be freestanding, or do we want... Actually, I think I do want it to be freestanding. Put it back. There we go. Yeah, I think I do want it freestanding, sadly. There we go. Alright. So we have this here. Maybe we put some like little machine gun nests. And the question though is, we want a mast here. Maybe a super short one. And then we can have it like a diagonal one so it can attach to either or. No, I think I want to have the rigging just go straight across. I don't think I need any mast here. I can have one like here. And that way... comes out here, right? Yeah, do something like that, just as a little support beam, and then in the corners, do the same thing. Move it down one, because I don't want to have to like, warp the floor. And down here. Okay, that works well as a freestanding structure, I think. You do a massive exposed engine in the middle. Well, this is going to be a massive exposed plane engine. That's the pin, right? So this is going to be the big airboat engine slash plane engine that's turned into an airboat. That's what I'm saying. I should have made this a lot smaller. Had I gone with my original plan of just free forward guns instead of trying to get incorporated. There we go. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that, chat. Yeah, so if I touch my mic, like if I hit my mic a little bit, it just disconnects from OBS and only OBS. It still works with the rest of my computer. OBS will refuse to detect it though. Stop tripping then. Yeah, I know. Alrighty. That should fix it though. Alright, Scuffston strikes again. It's literally just, I put my feet up and I accidentally hit the boom arm, which caused the mic to disconnect from only OBS. I don't know why OBS just refuses to detect it if it shuffles the slightest amount. It's incredibly annoying. But I think it's just because of how I have my mic set up. Alright, there we go. Let's give ourselves a little bit of there we go. There we go. That works a little bit better. All right. That's our little central area. And then actually, maybe what we do is we actually, let's reduce this a little bit, actually. I have an idea. Okay. What if we do just a small little bunker down below? Kind of like how we did back here, right? You know what I mean? All right. So let's give it a roof. We could just follow the up top part, honestly. Yeah. Let's just do that. Actually, can we do that? We need to move you out then. Okay. So I want to have a little bit of overhang, so actually no, let's keep a moved one in. There we go. And then obviously what I want to be able to do is something like this. So how would we do that over here? Okay, so. Well, I think obviously what we do then is just this. Because I do want to have the forward area here. Followed by bats. then maybe in here we can do some metal. There's always so many different like decisions you have to make when you're over here building deep water guard, I noticed. Alright. No, let's. I don't like these corners. Okay. Let's figure out what we want to do first before we do it. So I want this in here, for sure. This is no. Something like that? Not really, no, I don't like that. I do kind of want the curve here, I think. So let's do this. There we go, that's looking a little bit better shaped. In that case, maybe down here should be metal. Actually, you know what? No, let's have it just extend all the way around with the windows. Let's do like an actual proper like forward little observation post. Because technically this guy, if the enemy's in front of us, he could be our fire index because he would be able to see them, right? Whereas from this angle, it would be slightly off if you're on the cannons because you don't have the angle of all the guns. But at the very least, I can make this a little drinking area if I need to. Hey Aurora, how's it going? Burpees, okay, thank you. We're going to see how Lord of the Lightning Hood's craft in the Ashes of the Empire campaign. Since Ashes of the Empire was first made, they have not been updated. Alright, well, so why are you angry face? Oh, stop shrimping and then... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've not done burpees. Oh my god, okay. Open my window because it's snowing out, which means there'll be a little bit cooler in here soon, which will be quite nice. Okay. Yeah. To answer your question, Lightning Hoods is very old. We're trying to make up a new style for it right now. We just haven't got to it yet. Care package, make sure to hydrate, and the care package. I will save my craft in just a second here. Alrighty. Now over here is going to be the issue, I feel. Like I said, I don't particularly want to, yeah, let's do it like this. So that way we can do this. And we'll just have to do the same down here. Why is that? Should be... That would explain why it wasn't working earlier, is because this wasn't put down correctly. I see. Alright, that makes sense now. Alright, move you forward. There we go. That does put it at the same level as up top, though. But maybe what we'll do is we'll just have it go backwards, and it'll be part of the supports for, I don't know about this one, chat. Maybe we raise it up one. That'll give us some more metal at the corners there. Yeah, I'm not vibing with this design right now. This might just be one of those things where we just need to figure it out. Alright, so we'll move this in from the top here, so that way it's a little bit of overhang still. Put you in here like this. Yeah, and then the metal can be the same layer as the top deck, but the wood won't. Work on replacing them all like this year. We didn't ask about if people come up with stuff they want to do LH. I have not been working on LH whatsoever. Potat's been working on LH. If people have an idea for LH, by all means go for it. Try it. But it should be the same quality as Onyx Watch, White Flares, and Deep Dark Guard right now, right? In terms of like aesthetic quality, that's kind of what I want to go for. But people can figure out. I'd be very happy if people could figure out. No one's really come up with a style that I like so far. That also just works, you know? Yeah, see, it's here at the corner, so it's the issue, isn't it? Because normally when you do this style window, it doesn't curve around itself, which is the annoying part here. Alright, let's figure it out. I'm gonna have that match up, that works. Now, how do we do a metal up front is the question. No, that's not it. Just do a ring around it, I guess. That never ceases to amaze. It's a little bit metal heavy. Yeah, it's definitely not my preferred method. I think we just do it like how we did on the side, honestly. Still definitely not my preferred method, though. But I think that's just what works. That's why we do it. We do it because it works. Then we can have a catwalk going up one of the sides to have access, and then we'll have a ladder going up the top there to provide access to the top. Not gonna use a sailboat so far. I'm sorry, please do not slaughter, but just for some reason. No worries. I honestly didn't even remember you were doing the sailboat, so. It must be ancient. 2016, so about 10 years, yeah. Because Ashes was added in 2016. Up until 2022, Ashes just hadn't been updated, really. So I've been solely working for the factions. We're almost done Deepwater Guard. I just gotta do the HQs. Onyx Watch is same thing, just mostly done except HQs. White Flares is all done except HQs. So the progress is there. It's just take some time, you know? But as always, the more people who help out, the faster the process will go. It be just how it does be. Alright. Let's do this. And actually, you know what? No. Let's just have to keep going. Like I said, let's just have to keep going back until we hit the building here. Or the engine block. That way, it looks a little bit different from the top part, right? Yeah, that works. Alright, I'm happy with that. The thing is, I kind of wish I could have a metal pole at the corner here, but oh well. Okay, so in order to make this interesting, we're gonna have to do 3 and 3. Go. Yeah. Okay. Go. Well, actually, now that I say that, I do want to clean up. We can just figure out the edge of the building here. That's fine. Yeah, we're fine. Alright, so let's do glass, window. We just have that, which is not the most entertaining thing, I have to admit. So let's actually clean this up. I'm sure we can find a way to divvy this out to make it look interesting. Like here, for example, we could not do. Wouldn't that work, actually? Yeah, that works. And just put that over top. And then honestly, maybe right in the middle. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that works. Yeah, that works for me. Have a series of 2x2 windows. I'm pretty happy with that. Alrighty. Let's just extend these over. 001. What time is it? We're 1:25. That's not too bad, actually. We got time today. Probably will be able to get most of what I want done today without having to go over, which will be very nice. Alright, get that fixed up. Copy. Paste. Alright. Now, if I were to do this... I'm not a fan of that, actually. Not the biggest fan. I think we just keep it up here. I think it needs to go all the way through. And we can hide original mesh, and we can scale it down to like 0.7. Let's be honest here, it doesn't need to be that big. All right, I think that idea works. 0.75, 0.75, hide original mesh, 5 mirror. Let's fix this up. Hello. Hey, Renegade, welcome to the assemblage. Thank you so much for the follow. Always appreciated. There we go. Alrighty. That's not bad. It's not my favorite right now, I will admit, but it's not the worst. Give me a pat too. Oh my god, are you guys bar next to the main engine assembly. I'm done with all my cruisers. Nice. That was time to battle some secures my last naval ships. Huge. Let's see how your campaign goes. 2016. Damn. Yeah. Well, I've been playing the game since 2014, so I've been building Deepwater Guards since 2015. It's all I ever do. So I'm starting to finally branch out this year, which is nice with my own styles. Plus, I'm gonna be building Onyx Watch come December. December 1st will be our first Onyx Watch stream, chat. It's gonna be so much fun. Look forward to it. It'll be very fun. Okay. This actually kind of makes me want to put something up front here now. I think for now we're okay. Start trying the Rolt too. Oh, no. No, you don't need to introduce all the new members to the Rolt. Look, they just got abducted from OF to D, okay? We don't have to introduce them to the Rolt immediately. Alright, this works, and then I think what we do is we have over here. Take you off here. Put you up here. Put you up here. Yeah, because I think the left side's gonna have slightly more room than the actually no, because the left side, it has to be on the right side. Because the left side here is gonna be having all the wiring and cabling coming from the generator. Alright. Oh, but it can't be this side, so it has to be over here. You know, we'll just do this then. It doesn't always have to be super fancy, you know? Sometimes it can just work. Alright, we'll think about on later, obviously. In the meantime, just fix this up here. I just want to go play Clair Obscure again now. It's such a good game. Also, it's such a unique gameplay too. I love the gameplay in it. Have I glazed Clair Obscure enough yet, chat? And then, you know what, actually? No. I actually don't like that. I do, in fact, know what, and I don't like that. Alright. Throw you in here, throw you in here. I'm in this constant cycle of I stay up too late, which therefore gets me sick. Because my body can't heal during sleep, and then I'm just a sick little guy, and it sucks, because I hate being sick, but I do this to myself. But you know what, it was worth it, because I'm really excited for that U5 video. It will be coming out tonight, which is nice. I finally got it to a point where I'm happy with it. And I mean, like, seriously happy with it. Like, I pretty much redid the entire thing last night. Okay, yeah, you know what? Okay, I'm starting to grow on this idea here, actually. Sorry to interrupt myself, but I'm starting to really grow on this whole, like, central structure with, platform on top. Vertigan from the freebooter on the front bit. No? I don't think any turret there would make sense, honestly. Didn't start playing FD until this year? Oh, nice! Learned about it for emergency pants. Yeah, there's quite a few people here from the Frog. We're not mentioning Expedition 33 Challenge Impossible. What do you mean? It's so good though. Play it, chat. Or at least go watch someone play it. Go watch RT Games play it, because he did a great video on it. Alright, so we have this little... I kind of like how like the little alcove here kind of naturally becomes a stairway. That's actually pretty cool. Which means we know we want at least one layer of deck over here to accommodate a walkway going across. That's good at least. Okay, let's save it up a little bit here. I'm not excited to make this fin go when the time comes because we're gonna make it. It's gonna be a hydrofoil, right? So it can go relatively fast as a catamaran. But I'm not excited to make this fin fly across the waves. All right, just move that down there so I can see my screen a little bit better. Had FTD since 2017. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, do not do that. Your sleep schedule will kill you. Look, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Never getting FTD. Hell yeah. But yeah, no, because I know, yeah, the frog. Yeah, Martin Cito did a lot of not HR, PR for the game, which was nice. Because you can always see the waves of when big YouTubers get the game. It's always so nice. And when we had different resources. Oh, I remember. I remember back when we had garrison units instead of a strategic campaign. So so for those of you who may not be as old as I am, this map is considered the new map still. The old map used to just be 1x1 grid squares, similar to this, except you'd click on like Arawick and then it would have like 24 grid squares. Each one would have a garrison. And so it was kind of, it was almost like a, not a boss rush, but if anyone ever played Sword and Sandals, where like each match was its own contained fin, separate from everything else, that's kind of what it was like. Hit the cornflakes and juice meat FTD or Robos before early. Robos is who got me into it. Because like I bought it early on, but I didn't get into it until Robos. And that's when I started doing Deep Underguard stuff. Because he took the Marauder and turned it into a carrier, but he didn't keep the original style. He just turned, like, he just built a Marauder, or he just built his own style of aircraft carrier off a Marauder instead of an actual conversion. And I was like, oh, come on, a conversion would be so cool. Because I used to play Warhammer 40k Orcs. So, had a free gateways to FTD. Well, I wouldn't say necessarily, because there was also like Enter Elysium, there was Avic, there was the Bud Kai. There used to be Rosefall, Ireland Gaming. There was a lot of FTD YouTubers back in the day who are sadly not here anymore. Because they either had to, you know, do real life and whatnot, or maybe they just switched. I know Enter Elysium streams now. Avic has always done indie games, but never kept up with FTD. Who else is there? Budkai said he was going to return in 2022 and still hasn't come back yet. So, which is sad, because we do miss him. And then obviously you have Borderwise and Eric from Gmodism. Borderwise is fun to collab with, because I get to tell him that I used to watch him when I was a teenager. Because I think I started watching him in 2018. So that's always fun to get to hit him with. Hey, Aperture, thank you for the raid. How's it going? Mods, can we get a shout out for Aperture, please? What did you get up to today, Aperture? I didn't get a chance to catch your stream. What did you get up to? Alright, so here we want metal, probably. Hey, look at that, chat. Alright, well, we figured out how to attach the building to the engine. And get those engine struts we wanted, which is nice. Alright. There we go. That works for me. And then, yeah, and then from here on out, it just becomes the engine. Okay, that actually works really well for us. Hey, yo. That works great. Alright. And then just fill that in with whatever we need. Alright, we can modify those corners a little bit later on, I think. But for now, I think they work. Yeah. It just works. I don't understand, chat. It just works. Alright, there we go. And that's the wood inverted, I see. Okay, in that case, what we'll do is... there we go. boop. There we go. And actually, I want this to be a little bit booped differently. There we go. And then actually, I want it to be even more different because I realized that I made this a little bit too... Yeah, there needs to be some floor in here. The floor fell off. The floor here is made of floor. Oh god, the floor here is made of floorstone. There we go. Alright, so that's just a little forward command area that we can obviously put the windows in later, and then obviously painting it up will help a lot too with the styling. Which this knock feature kind of feels rude in some ways. Hello 2018, wow, that's a long time. Blazing Angels too, finished the game. 2018? 2018 is not a long time ago, let's not say that. First off, no, that was only 7 years ago, it's not that long, I promise. Blazing Angels 2, oh I love Blazing Angels 2, that's incredible. You're almost the only mod around, Roar? Okay, I'm taking this out of Carson's Christmas bonus. To be honest, Twitch's knock feature kind of feels rude in some ways. What's your say, Rory? Feels like going into someone's house without an invite? Well, it depends on... So I have a mind set up, so I allow... I don't allow anyone to knock. I allow mutuals to knock, and I think I allow... like, certain people I have to set up to knock. But for the most part... I feel like knocking works like if you have a rapport with the person, right? Like, I wouldn't go into Corbett's stream or... You know, like people who I follow, but I'm not quite as close with, right? Whereas like Toadie, who's streaming right now, I would absolutely go in there and knock on her stream, and you know, pretty much if I have them on Discord, I don't mind knocking on their stream. So like Arrow, for example, Arrow will come into my stream and knock sometimes. I'll knock into Arrow's stream, but I feel like it's all about like how well you know of a person. I don't think it's rude if you know of a person, but it also depends on the type of stream they're doing. I have types of streams where it's very easy for someone to come in and just hang out, right? And we've done it before, it's really fun. But not everyone does those types of streams. Alright, let's get this built up. Ooh, I did even segments, why? Why would I do that to myself? Why do I hate myself, chat? Questions that we ask ourselves at 2 a.m. building FTD. Nah, we don't want that inset a little bit, I think. Ugh. I don't want those flush, is the issue. Alright, let's figure it out. Might be one of those applique moments, honestly. No, because that still causes the issue there. You know what, I'll figure out the shaping of the engine later, I think. Because that's probably the hardest part of this project now. I was talking about this with Arrow last night, where it's like, I love editing, but the hardest part, I had a hard part, like that compilation I did, if you're in the subscriber chat on the Discord, !Discord if you're not in there. Feels like going to someone's house, I wish I was close enough. Well, I feel like that's on you, right? You can't just say, oh, I wish I was closer with people. You have to build those relationships. You have to cultivate them. It's like Persona 5. Persona 5 is actually a great allegory for maintain your friendships. Build them up, right? Don't just... don't assume you are owed friendship. Friendships are constructed. They have to be. You know what I mean? I'm not saying you assume you're owed friendship. I'm just saying, like, this is general purpose advice. Like, I used to have a friend that I just wanted to say, in the general to the FTD community, thank you for being so welcome. I'm actually really surprised how easy it was to get into FTD, given how complicated this game is. Should all of you, and I'm glad to be a fresh member of this fun as fuck community. Thank you. Yeah, of course. People always say, oh, this community is so hard to get, like, you know, it's a learning cliff. No, it's not. Just ask. It's overwhelming. It's not difficult. That is the distinction I'd like to make for FTD, is that it's overwhelming. Because you open up that build menu, right? You see all this, you have no idea what that means. But fuel engines aren't difficult. Look, power brick right there, you could easily make that. Resources, you can understand this if you just sit there and read through, or maybe have someone walk you through it, right? Electrical engine, RTGs. All of this is super simple. But if you do one little thing at a time, you'll learn it quite quickly. The way I do it, the way I got back into the game, because I took a break from 2017 to 2022, I just didn't touch the game. What I ended up doing was I have done one build to learn each system. So in order to learn crams, I did the freebooter. In order to learn, and plus I did the freebooter too to learn a lot of Deepwater Guard styling. And just how to build a medium-sized craft, right? in order to learn APS, I've started the Privateer. What else do I have? I have the Selkie for missiles, and just how to build a complete boat that's decently small. Let's get him out here. The Tributary was how I build, what's it called? Cargo ships, but this is just a decivilized marauder. Got the hint of FTD in like 300, 400 hours, still can't get the hint of APS though. Honestly, just dedicate a build to it. So much creativity, your brain gets overwhelmed instantly. Yeah, exactly. But FTD is not difficult, it's just overwhelming. That's my hot take. Alright, I feel like it's a little bit unbalanced up here, but I think once we have the engine in, followed by the connections going over top, it'll feel a lot more balanced. I might put a little canvas extended over the back here, just to balance out this superstructure. But, sorry, I'm just getting distracted now. Use my moray to learn AI systems in bread. Exactly, right? Like, there's so much you can do with FTD, and yeah, it takes a lot of time, but dedicate like one build to something you want to do. I have a moray conversion that's called the electric eel. That's how I'm going to learn pack systems, because I'm going to make Tesla coils, right? My laser craft is the Siren's Call. I'm going to learn lasers by building up... Well, actually, I think I'm going to learn lasers probably by doing an LH build, because I already kind of did the Terawatt. I learned Plasma by doing the Ronin, which was my custom campaign design, right? So, tons of stuff like that you can always learn. And, as always, never be afraid to ask people for help. Now, we hit the mast behind the smokestacks instead of in the middle of them this time. So I think what we'll do is we'll copy the freebooter's central portion, but this time keep it consistent. So what we need to do is... What am I doing? I can just do this. I could just make it easy on myself. There's no reason to be difficult. Move this back here. And then how wide are you at the center, buddy? 5-ish blocks at the most, yeah. I can measure this. Why am I eyeballing it? I can measure it. It was 3 blocks at the... Yeah, so 5 of the most, 3 at the gaps, okay. So we'll do 5 back here. And then we can do this. 1 second, let it go. So let's fix this up, get it looking good. And then we can worry about how it goes back later, but we at least have that little pocket now where we can put some guns in there. Go see, no, have a good one, M3. It was good seeing you. Sometimes I like to imagine the coffin nail or corkscrew has a pack that was stolen from the Lightning Hoods. That's literally what it is. It's the casket bolt has a Tesla coil that they stole off a Lightning Hoods engineer. That's kind of my headcanon for how Deepwater Guard is allowed packs, is that they're Tesla coils, and that they're stolen. Because it's honestly it's the only thing that makes sense. Because there's no way they would make. Well, actually, I think the other thing we had was it was a Lightning Hoods engineer who fled to like Erwick and Yanwal from Orhurst. I think that's my personal style's headcanon, but my point being is that like you don't want to just say everything was looted because that becomes very boring very quickly, but you also don't want to have, you know, like Deepwater Guard have everything because they're supposed to have restrictions. They are a restricted faction for a reason. Ooh, I like what I did here. That's nice. All right. We have to figure out how we want to connect this later. I might ask Potat for help on this because he might have an idea. I like having the giant fan blade, but obviously we have to have it only sawed off halfway because you can't really have it go towards... You can't have it block the turret back here, right? So we'll see how that goes. Just heard the point of friendships. I think I've read somewhere about people in poverty generally are not able to upkeep their relationships as well as they simply aren't able to partake in society as much. That's true. You said that friendships in general, people can seemingly improve the situation in many ways. It keeps it loose, which is very good. That's fair. And that's why I said I'm not like I wasn't specifically saying that to Aperture. I was just saying in general. Friendships are just something like, so I don't, okay, I talk about this quite often with a friend of mine, because they would always ask, like, hey, how are you able to make such easy friends with people? And the answer is, first off, I honestly don't know. But secondly, what I do, that I know that I do well, is I talk to them, right? I'll engage in common interests, I'll go from there, I'll, just super simple stuff. That's like, that sounds like, oh, duh, common sense, right? But not everyone does. And another big thing that I do is that, like, I keep up with it. And then, you just kind of go from there. One of my actual main issues with maintaining friendships is the fact that I don't experience friendship maintenance. I cannot talk to someone for, like, years at a time, and I'll just pick up the friendship where I left off. I still have all my old high school friends. Anytime I go back home, I always go to hang out with them. Because, like, no matter how long it's been, that's just how good of friends we are. We'll still boot up Battlefield 1 occasionally and just play it, right? Like, and I know not everyone has that. I'm not assuming everyone has that, but, like, that's why, to me, it's like, it's always weird when people go like, oh, I wish I could make friends easier. It's like, okay, we'll just do it. Lamau, do it. It's simple. But that's where I'm coming from, at least. I want to do that. No, that's not look good. Just keep what we had, I think. Yeah. Wish there was more clockwork on Deepwater Guard style ships. Do it. You can probably get away with some Goldwater stuff. I know quite a few recent people have been built. I think Lava, your submarine is one of the ones that has the gears moving. You can easily do that. I know the Marlin's gonna have some corkscrew stuff with the Sveno style stuff. The Albacore has some gears moving and whatnot. But basically, if you want to see something on a Deepwater Guard style ship, just try it out, see if it works, This will be changed, be wary. And start conversations. I have so many people I knew I never talked to. The good old Sam Vine theories of shoes. Yeah, and like, it creeps a loot that's very unlikely to break, but you don't have to, always. You don't need money to be social. I think to participate in society, sure, there's an argument to be made there, and I think, oh yeah, maybe like death with the whole death with the third placement, right? Because like people don't really go out to bars anymore. People don't like. There's no extracurricular activities that a lot of people do anymore because none of us have time. Because we're trying to make money, so we're trying to survive. But I think a lot can be said for, like, let's bring Toadie into the example here, actually, because I just, relatively compared to some of my other VTubing friends, I just met her. And I've already met her IRL, because it just happened to work out well that when I went home, she happened to be in the area, right? And so it's one of those things where it's like, all we had ever talked about beforehand was a little bit of Civilization and Paradox games. But then that's what we bonded over, right? You find that common interest and you just stick to it. And this is something Arrow talks about in a short, which I might link later in my Discord. But Arrow does it from a POV of if you want someone to like you, be interested, which sounds like a very harsh advice. And Arrow might be able to explain this better, but it's a really good point of like, be passionate about something and be interested. Because if you go up to someone, you'd be like, oh, hey, we should hang out sometime and just never suggest any ideas, or, oh, hey, like, we should talk more and just never talk more. That's not interesting. That's just performative. And people can pick up on that and they'll know. And I know because I used to have a friend who was very much like that, where they'd be like, oh, I miss you. And I'm like, okay, why do you never make plans? Why do you never like plan events and stuff? It's always me planning the hangouts, right? And so I dropped them recently just because of other stuff, but it's one of those things, right, where it's like, you have to put in the effort if you want to maintain friendships. Even with people who don't experience, like, friendship maintenance, such as myself. I still put in effort because I understand that other people, A, might, or B, just, I enjoy hanging out with my friends. Need a guide for how to be interesting? Chug, you are interesting. That's why we're still friends. If you weren't interested, I wouldn't be your friend. I'm gonna, full disclosure here. If I'm friends with you, and you're in my chat, it's because I find you interesting. If I didn't find you interesting, I would not be friends with you. Just a full disclosure. I will be fully honest. I cannot handle dry conversation. I cannot handle small talk. I will like, if I can just go up to you and we're immediately just swapping hyperfixations, that's how I make friends. What's your favorite craft in FTD? Not best, just favorite. Could be yours, could be someone else's, could be a campaign craft. I have multiple tiers because I actually do have quite a few designs that I like. I think for Deepwater Guard, my favorite is probably... That's a good question, actually. I know my least favorite is the Tug of War for Deepwater Guard. I fucking hate this one. No hate on Remy. I know Remy was just building for the bounty, but I do not like how it turned out. I think the patchwork is probably my favorite in Deepwater Guard. If it's still the unupdated one. Or if it's still Warless's. Because I love Riker style. I love amalgamating and converting boats together. Yeah, so this is just such a cool design to me. I need to build more like this, but I'm building my own ships right now so I can eventually Riker style my own ships. But the patchwork is what I use as the example for Riker style. Because I think it's an excellent example of it. Because you can see all the individual builds, like the Shuriken, the Sea Viper, and all that, right? But it also still has a lot of its own unique bits. Has a unique gun, has a unique bridge, has a unique paddle wheel. Stuff like that, right? So I love well-crafted designs. Well-rounded as well. Also, Reed, you don't have to highlight your message. I will catch up on messages as time goes on. I try my best to not miss any. And chat goes slow enough when I'm yapping poetically about FTD stuff. It's true, but my point was when you're poor, you don't have as many opportunities as other people to get friends. That's true. You don't have as many opportunities. So when you do get opportunities, you gotta latch onto them. Though I will say that point is significantly diminished in the modern world where we have Discord. Because, for example, Blue Man, you could easily just pop into the VC and you could probably make like 15 friends based on FTD alone. And also because the VC on the Discord is usually more active than OFTD, which is wild to me. But I'm really happy with the community we've cultivated. Some of you are alright, chat. Some of you are alright. Plus, I tend to pop in there occasionally as well, so. She's not gonna lie, that ever new Deepwater Guard Golly was peak, though. Great souvenir, you mean? I think it's, I think the concept is great. I think it's just a little bit boring, though. I've explained this before to Orange. I love everything behind this point. And honestly, this bridge is also really nice. But this just looks like River Home. River Home without... This looks like the opposite of River Home. So instead of River Home being shield with gun, this is just gun. And I feel like maybe there's a better way to implement a Goldwater Godly. Maybe I'll build one myself when I feel inspired to, because I don't like the current ones. We'll see. Especially because Goldwater is a style that I really fleshed out. So... Chicken was the main inspiration I had to build Deepwater Guard. Don't tell them I said that. Of course not. Look, we never give Orange any credit around here. Well, actually, we're going to be reviewing Orange's chicken today. Oh my god, Orange chicken review, chat. Panda Express moment. What is that? Never seen that? It's a new Deepwater Guard Godway. Wait, look at the nose on it. It's missing a deco. Oh no. I guess we'll have to kill Orange for this. Alright. Let's get back to this over here. You know what? Let's do something similar here where we have the back of the superstructure weld into the rear of the craft here. I suppose like this style. So what do we want? We want... what do I do this to myself? I don't know how I want to do superstructure back here, honestly, now that I'm looking at it. I said let's figure it out, but now that I'm trying to figure it out, I don't know, boss. I'm tired, boss. So what song is this? This isn't here, is it? Oh, this is part of Act 1. Alright. Push into Unvia to me. It's my favorite song, and I will not stop listening to it. You cannot stop me, chat. And plus, now that I have context for when that song plays, it just demolishes me. I'm not gonna lie. I'm still crying to this day. I say to this day as if I didn't just watch it like the other night when I was editing, but... There we go. Alright, that little platform there works. Yeah, pretty happy with that, actually. That works as a little platform for us. Remember a really dumb idea I thought of once. A Riker-styled mech, not for the campaign, just for shits and giggles. What? No, so what I will say for right now is... It has to be... Yeah, try to keep campaign. Don't worry about saying like, oh, it's not going to be for campaign, because I'm never going to assume people are building for campaign. Because I do half the bounties for Deepwater Guard. Or I do a third of them, because Diesel does Sveno, I handle a few of the plane stuff, and then Paphos handles Paphos and a lot of the boat stuff. We compare ourselves to the free legendaries from the Hoenn region, where I'm Rayquaza. No, sorry, Diesel's Rayquaza. I'm Groudon because I do land stuff as well. I do most of the land vehicles in general, not just Deepwater Guard. And then Paphos is Kyogre, which is always a very fun comparison. Because Paphos and I do tend to argue the most, and then Diesel breaks it up. But now that I'm explaining that out loud, that is a very apt comparison. That's really funny to me. But alright, let's get this built out, I think. Can we get free meters here? No, we need 2 meters. Actually, does that curve alright? If that curve's alright, I might just keep it. Oh, you know what? That curve's alright. Okay. But, yeah, so it's one of those things, right, where I never really assume anyone's built, I just don't assume you're going to get in the campaign, first off, because it probably won't happen. The majority of builders won't get in. And it's not because they're bad, it's because we just don't need that specific style of concept, right? And then the other reason is just enjoy fan building. Will now be at work again. Don't forget to post a VOD where I will forget to post a VOD, don't worry. Talking about the Cinder's Luck, not the orange build. Oh, Cinder's Luck isn't godly though. Oh, the build that came in the same patch. Yeah. Cinder's Luck is pretty good. That's a rebuild of an older build though, and I think Paphos really nailed it on the rebuild. Just needs an interior. I'm Jirachi because I do nothing but possess unparalleled hopes and dreams. Yeah, true. Where's my Edmund Fitzgerald Goldwater craft? Chug, you promised me. You're done, Oddsparks. Where is my build? No, I'm not a fan of this. How would I have this? Let's do this. I'm gonna regret doing this, but oh, this is such a bad idea. Why am I doing this to myself? Why am I doing this? This is gonna look good, but why am I doing this to myself? Dear Lord, okay. So we want to do that. Ugh, I need healing. I need healing when I do this to myself. Okay. Do this instead, actually. Well, does that work? I hope it doesn't. For my own sake, I really hope this doesn't work. So how would I add this part in here, right? Maybe I do something like this. What am I doing? What am I doing? Hello? The fuck is this shit? Yeah, that doesn't work. Does this work? It was when it was added, yeah. Build exists within my hopes and dreams until I get the motivation to learn from zero aesthetic building skills. My brother in Christ, you have 5 videos on YouTube and literally a stream every Monday and Friday to ask questions and to build it up. It's so simple. I'll just do what I do, copy. So surprised with the monopole. The monopole is so good. It's so clean. I love it, Syrup. It's so good. But yeah, no, like absolutely. Like keep in mind with building, like I feel like it's like, oh yeah, I need the creative skill. It's like no, there's no such thing as creative skill. There's inspiration. There's good inspiration, and then you know sometimes you get really inspired. But like, you could probably look at this and be like, oh, I know where everything got because these were inspired by the ransack, but they're slightly different. Just copy and change. That's what I do. Obviously here, this was inspired by the freebooter. And then obviously I copied the balcony from Blue Man's build, right? That's what I'm saying, where it's like, oh, I'm not creative enough. It's like, yeah, you are. Because you already have the concept. It's an Edmund Fitzgerald build, right? So it's a Great Lake freighter. Now just think of a weapon system, and then just move that on top, right? Like, you not do it because it's easy, but because we thought it would be. Exactly, that's a great way to say. Yeah, me putting my stuff on the workshop so that people can copy from it for those who come after. But Steelston? No, honestly, it's especially Deepwater Guard. But the way you keep a consistent style is you can just take stuff and modify it. So obviously, taking from campaign stuff is never an issue because it's made to be like inspired by. Please, don't take from other people's builds without permission. I told Blue Man I was going to take this, and Blue Man was like, sure. But it's also one of those things where you can't really copyright. You can't really like copyright art. If I build it the same way Blue Man built it, you can definitely see how I'm inspired. But it's also one of those things where Blue Man's be like, oh hey, like you can't post that. So well, yeah, because I still built it myself. I just was inspired by you. You know what I mean? So do your best to, do the best to credit your inspiration where you can. But it's one of those things too where it's like it's a block building game. Just don't make a custom campaign and steal people's designs and then say you did it all. That's where I draw the line where I'm like, okay, buddy. Versailles give it, and the Versailles take it away. Copy and change? Wait, that means Deepwater Guard is built using the same methods practiced against used to construction by socializing. But exactly. Constructing Deepwater Guard is exactly like socializing. Never say such things, because art and thoughts are free and should be shared. Well, exactly, right? That's my point. So, I think it could... Alright, another yap session. We got 30 minutes until roast. So, another important thing when it comes to this game, right, is you're gonna inspire people, and you're going to be inspired by people. And so, the people who go like, oh, I'm not posting the BP because I don't want people to take anything. I'm like, okay, buddy, you're not that good. First off, you're not that good. Secondly, nobody gives a shit, because if I see a screenshot of it, I'll be like, oh, cool, neat, and then I just take the idea anyway, right? Like, there's gonna be a lot of overlap, nothing's original, and you're just gonna go from there, okay? Like, just have fun with the game, build it how you want to. If you can't get it to look how you want to, ask someone, So, like, for example, you're building that Edmund Fitzgerald, right, Chug? And you go, oh, shit, I want to build a bridge that looks really cool, but I don't know how to. Ask me, I will gladly sit in a VC with you on Discord and walk you through the process. Or hell, we can do a multiplayer and build it together. But the important thing is not how creative you are or how skilled you are. It is whether or not you start and continue on it. Because skill will come with time. I did not start building like this over time. For example, when I started streaming, which was only 2024, mind you, I love being able to show this off because this is a great example. This was 2024 when I came back. Where's it? Freebooter? Let's look at how the freebooter looked when I first started streaming, shall we? Is that the right one? That is the right one. So this was one of the first streams I did, was building this. Okay, chat? How to be good at the builders. I'm doing ashes. Alright, good as in morality. Yeah. So this is what I first started off with the freebooter. Nah, little guy. Exactly. So for you to go like, oh, I don't have the creative skill. This, with time, because I kept working at it, eventually evolved into this, to the point where it became a community meme, how many times I restarted the freebooter, to where we started calling it the rebooter. But you can see how, like, this still has a lot of Deepwater Guard elements to it, don't get me wrong, but over time, I built it up better and better. And then it became this, which looks a lot better, doesn't it? So that's my point, is don't say, oh, I can't do this. Just start, and it will come with time. Kind of like the first rebooter a little bit more than the rebooter. Which one? The 2025 edition? Are you talking about this one? With the paddle wheel covers? Honestly, I think this one kind of works as... This one actually kind of works as a light cruiser, I'm not gonna lie. Also, I love how the more firepower comes up with each one. So this one had 64. This one had 162. And then over here, I think we're at 300 something? Yeah. But to be fair, this was the biggest improvement, because look at how big the crams got improved here. We went from 64 to 162, with only a 1,000 increase in volume. The issue is I hate the turret caps on this, and I hate this middle area here. I could have definitely done a better barbette. Oh, I could have added the torpedoes at the front, too. Oh, even with the hole for it. Neat. Honestly, I would say there's some interesting concepts with this one. Like, for example, the torpedoes back here. Having them underneath the bridge like that was interesting. But at the end of the day, it's just... This wasn't what I needed, you know? And I am really happy with how this one turned out. But yeah, so that's my point, right? You can see the evolution of design here as I got better at the game. And this is only, for the record, this is... So, this is the most recent, which I think we completed back in August, I want to say? We have this one here from May 2024. And this one was apparently May 7th. No, sorry. This one here was March 2024. This one was May. So you can see how just even a 2-month difference of building, you can see how much my skill changed, right? And then let's actually see, can I find when the autosave for, that's 10, okay, so that's October 29. Yeah, so by that point we were on the bigger one here with the double cannons. And so this is, you can see how it just, yeah, so this was the original rebooter. And then, so you can see how the design evolves over time is the important thing here. And then I think finally by, that's in November, yeah, so I think by 2025 March? Yeah, here we go. So we completed this back in March 2025. So this is just a year's progress, right? But you saw how much I made in 2 months even. So, and that was on my own, by the way. That was before I started getting Potat and Corey to do stuff. So that's what I'm saying when just start, ask for help, and you'll go from there. You'll go far, you know? Like, the biggest flaw of FTD players is that they never start those projects they dream of. And that's a shame, because I would love to see what they dream up. But they never start it, because they convince themselves they can't do it. When the opposite could not be more true. They absolutely can do it. It's like, honestly, it's like editing my video. I, for the longest time, was like, oh, I don't want to edit this video because I don't have the skill to get it perfectly. And now that I sat down and have done like 10 hours of editing on it, it's in a place where I'm very happy with it. Is it perfect? God, no. But, it's fun, and I learned a lot, and now for my next video, I can improve, and improve, and improve. Many people dream, what if you follow dreams? Exactly. Not just FTD. That's a good point. Starting is easy, finishing is hard. Yeah, I would argue the other way around. I'd say once I start something, I can get pretty far into it. So, for example, this right here, this privateer, right? How many freebooters? Renegade, trust me, it was an entire meme. There's a reason why it's called the rebooter. I think we did 5 rebuilds since I started streaming, with this being the finalized one back in March of this year. But you can ask someone who's been here since the start, because it was a huge meme in the community. But I would always restart the freebooter, and chat's still convinced I'm gonna rebuild this one. I'm gonna edit this one, but I'm not gonna rebuild because like, I want to finalize putting some doors in here. I want to change this barbette out, and I want to do better barbettes for these guys as well. But I'm not gonna fully change anything, I don't think. And then I do gotta actually redo these turret caps as well. But it's not gonna be a full rebuild like all the other ones have been. I have too many dropped projects in my work in progress file. I have more folders than I have completed builds. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I literally have more folders than I have completed builds. I get it, trust me. But yeah. Anyway, that's a very long-winded way of saying chug of it. Just start it. Just if you have an idea that you want to pursue, just start it, and people will help you. Okay. And if you don't want to pursue the idea, that's fine. I know I've been bugging you about it for a few years now, but like, I know you used to build quite a lot of good stuff back in the day when we played together. Yeah, when I had to do one somewhat final assignment for school at some point about aerodynamics, it didn't start until 3 days before it needed to be finished. Managed to write a 26-page essay using a wind tunnel for testing different wind profiles and got an A-. Exactly. Some of my best essays were written last minute because I struggled so hard to start, but once I did, I was going, you know what I mean? Like, I was so good. But it was so hard to start. Alright, so let's put that in there. Also, I've been building with my UI most of today, I realized, which is crazy to me, but... Alright, let's do this maybe? Yeah, that'll work for our aerodynamics, I think. And then we can just deco that out, but I'm just gonna do structural right now. And I'll probably just do the same thing over here, eh? That works. Yeah, and then that will be like a little walkway area. I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, superstructure is mostly just stacking upon stacking. That's the part I always find conceptually is like vertical stacking. I love Deadlands. I love the whooshing noise they make as they go by. I know, right? It's so good. It's so clean. Stretch. All right. What else can we do? Honestly, maybe I put the oblique half-meter corners here. Yeah, I think that'll help us figure out the shaping better than anything else we've tried so far. Let's put that as a guideline right now, and we'll go from there. I don't really care how much we have to deco it, because that's never a concern for me, because it's my own fan builds. If it's a campaign build, I like to be a little bit more efficient with the decos. If it's my own builds, I don't care. I have a beast of a PC. Lag does not matter to me. Alright. Structurally, that looks pretty good. We got about 20 minutes left until roast, so... Russian's the Vice round starting Clay Obscure soundtrack because the back goes so hard. Look, it's like I said. Even if you build half a hull, right, it's for those who come after who can pick up the torch. I will just be quoting Gustav the entirety of today. Because I'm not gonna lie, playing Clair Obscure and getting hit with the for those who come after the first time goes so hard. Alright. Let's actually fix up over here. It's such a small detail, but it's gonna annoy me if I don't fix it. I like having my my wood texture side with the hull, and then plank texture side with the stairs. So I don't know how this got messed up, actually. Oh, happened everywhere, didn't it? Damn. There we go. Alright, that looks a little bit better. How are you missing your little corner, buddy? Wait for it, just drop. Good. God, that drop always goes so hard. I love Clair Obscure. Try not to mention Clair Obscure Challenge failed, but I don't care because I love the game. Let's go. Was I supposed to... One second. Yeah, okay, I was supposed to fix that. I was like, why is it like that? That's not supposed to look like that. I figured it out. Is there any ever life advice I can give right now, Chad? I feel like I've been pretty consistent giving it lately. Not that I have my life figured out, let's be honest here. I'm playing boat game, and I'm getting paid for it, which is weird. I am the only Kodal who hasn't received compensation from the devs because my my merch mug got lost in the UK post. Sean did send it, but it got lost in the post. It didn't help that Canada also had a postal strike when he sent it. But I'm still somehow the best paid Kodal, purely because of the fact that I'm the only one who streams it. Alright, you could put a spinny floor on that circular bit, maybe? Like a kind of carousel? I don't know why, but maybe it would be funny. Well, I don't know if I feel like just having that area as a future area where we can add improvements if need be. Because these designs are not meant to be finished. They're meant to be upgradable as time goes on. In terms of this tech, right? You have a house, I mean, your life is figured out. You say that, but like... Oh, do I want to get deep right now? That's a good point, actually. Okay, let's talk about that, okay? So... You know, like I figured out my field. I have my bachelor's, right? I figured out my field that I want to go into. I have a house, sure. I have a car, sure. where do I go from here? You know what I mean? You'd be like, oh yeah, your life's set, but like, is it set or is it just stagnated? It's been those things where like, maybe I got everything too soon. I don't know. But obviously I'm fully aware people have it worse than me. I'm never gonna complain going, oh, my life is so hard. It's not, my life is quite easy. But it's one of those things where it's like, what do I do now? It's like when you 100% a game and you don't play it anymore, you know what I mean? Like, all right, cool, I 100% of the game, now what? Now what, right? Like, married Sten mayhaps? I would need to find a partner Sten first before I get married Sten. Wife Sten is non-existent. But that's because of my own trauma related to dating, but we don't have to get into that chat. That's not a good topic. But it's just one of those things that I think about, right? Where I'm like, okay, cool, I did all this, but now what do I do? Do I want that to be metal, actually? I don't think I do. Not sure how I want to connect this. Maybe I'll pick Quarry's brain about this when he gets back. But so far, I've managed to keep the privateer 100% me, aside from like one stolen part back here. But that's just because I didn't want to spin block it. So I think I'd keep that if I could. Person beat the main quest too soon and only has quests made by random bot offers to look for. Yeah, I know, I'm on Anniversary Edition right now. And none of the side quests are lore accurate, nor do they really, you know, it's very immersion breaking. Finish the CC, or start working on an FTD mod. What would I possibly mod into FTD? Excuse me. Roar, yeah, what's up, Blue Man? Finish the CC is a good idea. Like, that's what I'm kind of working towards right now. I'm enjoying streaming. Like, that's fun. A lot of stuff I do nowadays is just because I want to see if I can, right? Like, I started streaming because I wanted to see if I could do it. And holy shit, guys, we've come a long way. I started YouTube because, like, you know, I'm getting really into YouTube right now because I just want to see if I can do it. I'll send the Catamaran Finny for... Yeah, of course. If you want feedback on a design, send it in. That's how Roast and Roast works. It's just, don't send it in, change one block, and then send it back, right? Do, like, actual significant changes. Figure out how you want the watch Silver Stuff Shogunate builds to look. I'm trying! That's because I've already put one in. Oh, if you already put a different one in, just wait for Friday. Or delete the other one and put the Catamaran in. I'm only going to do one per person. But I can also just take a look at the Catamaran off stream sometime as well. But I'd rather do one on Friday, one today. But yeah, I know I want to get the CC done. That is a goal. But that's also just kind of... The CC is less a goal to get done and more just a side project I work on as a break from Deepwater Guard. Or Ashes, right? I'll just send it in Friday. No worries, you'll get tons on it done by then. Let's actually copy... Where'st is it? Yeah, the little pole design down here with the slopes. Alright, I will say though, the more I'm like, I've never really detailed each area as I go before like this, and I'm having a lot of fun with this build. Definitely one of the more fun Deepwater Guard builds I've had in a long time. You know? There we go. Alright, now because it's in the shaded area, we want to paint it trim. Anything that's under the waterline, I've talked about this a few times, like, I would actually consider painting underneath the waterline here trim, just to show that it's usually wetter, or like, you know, a little bit of mold on it, mildew, stuff like that, because it's always submerged in water. I don't do it very often here, but these areas here, I do kind of like shading them. I know there's a lighting engine in the game, obviously, but I kind of like shading them myself as well, because they're under a little area there, so of course they're going to have some shade on them, right? Now, actually, you know what? Let's hide this. Scale them down. Alright. And then we just get some truss boys. Let me put him to 1.25, back him up a little bit. That works for me. That does not work for me. What am I saying? There we go. No, okay, it needs to be a little bit. Come on, buddy. What are you doing? It was 8-5 actually. Let's leave a little gap there, so let's this is my day now. I just sit here and okay. Was that 8-7? That makes sense. Yeah, okay, there we go. A little bit like that, just to show that it's supported, but still it's its own deck, right? Similar to what we did on the freebooter, and similar to what we'll do back here as well. Actually, maybe we just leave this as an open area. Let's not try and close this off, because when we try to close it off is when it's going to cause issues, I think. As cool as the side metal like that was, I don't want to do that. I gotta figure out how the different seasons look and how to scale Roadwalkers up 4 on first rates too at some point. Yeah, that's another issue too, right? Like, I am so excited to see them. Oh yeah, I'm excited for the sale update. Morgana, you and I are gonna get into VC and we're gonna cook when the sale update comes out. We'll grab Henry as well. I don't care what time it is for him. I have quite a few questions because I don't quite know how you intend fins. Could I just also ask them to off stream? Yeah, just ask me. We have a general discussion forum for a reason. If it's about the CC, I'm always gonna answer it because I know that I really appreciate what people want to build for it. I'm glad I have built multiple styles that have inspired multiple people. Some people like building World Walkers. Some people like building Silver Snow, right? I'm so happy to see that my ideas have merit and that people are happy with them. Some people are super excited for when I get the Dwarves in because they want to build Ironclads. Some people are super excited for Crimson Aristocracy because they want to build Gothic architecture, right? Like, you heard of the game called Warship Craft? I have, yes. But before you ask Renegade if I'm gonna play any of our voxel-based games, the answer is no. FTD has ruined me with keyboard-based building. Like, I can't even play Minecraft creative mode anymore. I've been trying out lately, though. Alright. I think from here we can probably get this. Yeah, I thought so. Just tilt it around. There we go. Let's actually get rid of that as well. Actually, no, let's fix that. The neighbor's dog is barking. I swear to God. Stop leaving your dogs outside of what I'm gonna do is bark, please. I hate it here. There we go. No, ignore that helium pump. Don't look behind the door. Ignore that helium pump. Alright, let's do a middle bulkhead door in here then, maybe. Excuse me. And then maybe like a little canvas area. I don't know. I'll figure it out as we get it. Why is that like that? Get out of here, you. There we go. Now we come out of here. And over here. Let's be efficient with this, shall we? There we go. Alright, that works. Sorry, I'm going to be just focused here for a little bit, chat. Give me one moment, please. There we go. Alright. Thank you for the hydrate redeem and the save my vehicle. How's my purple rock looking doing today? Honestly, Pota, we're kind of cooking today. So we got into the central area here that I want. And then we're just slowly working towards getting the superstructure done. Got some railings in, got the ladders in. It's all walkable, which is nice. I'm gonna need your help with shaping the engine, I think, for the plane engine here, because I don't know how I want to do this circular. I only know is I want the metal to stick out past where the engine bits come out from. And then aside from that, just the superstructure around the smokestacks, we're just working on a rear deck, but we're pretty much just taking a bunch of stuff from the freebooter and reworking it and refining it. Big old horse block. Wait, for what? Hold on. That's not great, is it? For what? Let me oh, I just caught, honestly, I knew what you meant, so I didn't think about it. That's actually really funny. Big little horsepower brick, yeah. I knew what you meant. I didn't even put two and two together. That's hilarious. Oh no, 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 no. Wait. Oh, thank you, Pota. I needed that, but yeah. Yeah. What do you think so far, Mr. Tat? For those of you who don't know, Potat is a Codal help, which is why he has the little VIP badge, and he helps me with quite a few of my builds. This is actually the first build in, I want to say, at least 4 years that he hasn't helped me with. Because so far I've done this all myself. To be fair, I might have you review the APS, see if you can make them a little bit more dense with the Tetris, but for the most part, I'm happy with this right now. Partner now knows about the streams. I told him about it, so now they make sure I'm drowning the stun. Hell yeah. But see, do they have their own Twitch account? Because if they do, for those of you who are new here today, be sure to follow and tune in every Monday and Friday for FTD, and tune in the Ever days for when I do Ever stuff. I play a lot of Paradox games. I'm starting to play some City Builders again. So by all means, tune in. Thank you for that's such a good segue for me to shill. I appreciate that, Morgana. Tell your partner to follow me as well on Twitch. I love big numbers. Big number goes up. Thank you for the care package. I did see that save that vehicle earlier and that hydrate, so let's get those now, eh? So we only did 200 blocks today, but you know, we had 2 streams where we did 3,000 blocks a day, so I'm okay with just doing only 200 blocks today, because we did actually quite a lot of deco today as well. And some painting. Okay, structure is pretty pog, like this seems more layering, plateaus around the turrets. Yeah, I have the little barbettes around the turrets. I'm not sure how I want to shape this one. Obviously, there's going to be like a little well around it at the back. But if I do that, I might have to raise the central area here. Which I'm not against, I guess, but... Or maybe I'll cut down into this hull over here, because I kind of combine the hulls together for where the superstructure is going to be. Or maybe we just have the well be part of the superstructure over here. I don't know yet. Because the issue is that, like, compared to the freebooter is very layered compared to an average Paphos build, I found out. Yeah, I'd recommend making the barbettes a little bigger. Yeah, okay. But the issue is that, like, because Paphos builds are very flat. If you look at the Crossbones or the Plunderer, for example, right? I actually did too much detail on Freebooter. And the Freebooter is the standard I wanted to build to. But you look here, see? Like, they have that little barbette there, but the superstructure is literally just plastered all on one layer. Whereas the Freebooter superstructure is across multiple layers. So I have to try and make it so that it's not too away from form, right? Like this here works, I think, especially with the way I incorporated it over here. But I need to figure out how I want to do it on this side. And then here, I'm actually really happy with how I incorporated the engine into the front block. That I'm pretty happy with. And then maybe we'll just put a massive actually, maybe I don't want a massive intake there if I'm going to be having a core walkway there. Maybe we'll put the radiators on this side. Freebooter is the new standard for Paphos style builds. I disagree with that. I think the Freebooter is new standards for my style builds. And even then, there's a lot of stuff I want to fix on the Freebooter, like the barbettes here. Actually, the torpedo bay is fine. But I want to fix these turrets, obviously, right? So I think every time I build something new, that will be the new standard. So the privateer will probably be the new standard for superstructure, because I'm really happy with how this is turning out so far. Like, I'm going to take a lot of stuff I learned on the privateer and apply it to the freebooter retroactively, right? And that's just how I build. I do a new build to learn a new mechanic, and then I will apply that retroactively to my ever builds. Like the Selkie, for example, would probably benefit well from having these little sticks out, right? And again, that was a suggestion from Wrench, so tons of stuff like that. Just, I'm trying to take from as many angles as I can and as much feedback as I can on these builds. What if you use that Vtuber half circle as your actual first deck, so the lower deck in the middle is just removed, and you could have a suspended walkway slightly over the water from the bridge to the center bit? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. I'm not sure about that. I feel like I kind of want to have the layer here, again, so I can add something in the future here, right? That's my only concern with that. What we can do, though, is, because it's asymmetric, I can start the superstructure over here, and then have the accounting for, I only need to really account for the angle of the spin here, because if I make the barbette longer, that's fine. I can just do that whenever, right? And it needs to be this way. There we go. This isn't going to be a complete layer bow. And this will also need to be metal, I think. I maybe do just make the barbette longer, honestly. Maybe I just build the superstructure here, and then we'll just have the barbette extend all the way into it, kind of like how you see on some modern ships. Yeah, I think I want a little bit of excess on the side here for these barbettes as well. Ah, well, you know what? That's going to be next time, because we did just hit our limit for roast today, so I'm going to save this. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out today. We did a lot of good work. We did some more deco on the superstructure. Those masts I'm actually really happy with. I need to figure out something else to hang from this one, though. So I have to anchor here from the freebooter. What do I want to hang on this mast? Or do I want to hang anything, honestly? And then maybe we'll have some of the rigging go back to the... Actually, no, because that's going to go through the fan. Shit. The fan is actually the most inconvenient part about this build, but it's also the highlight piece, so... Like, once that's in, it's going to really wrap the entire thing together, and I'm excited for it. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to do that. Yeah, I really don't know what I want to have here. I want to redo this, though. I don't like the crinkled metal here. Yeah, you know what? We'll redo. We'll see how we want to redo it on Friday. All right, let's save. I'm going to throw a quick little ad break on here, chat, just so that we don't get ads during the roast segments. Right now, I will say, get your roasts in now. I'm going to go pin the channel for it. From the defs, get your roasts in now. There we go. That works for me. If you're not in the Discord, Renegade, or I don't know if Keyboard is still here, but here, let me give you the invite. If you want to submit a design today, but I didn't steal from you, because I know I already got your guys' designs from OFTD, but if you ever want to submit designs in the future, there's the Discord link, and there's a section called Roast Submissions where you would go in there and be able to submit stuff. Let's make sure I actually have the proper designs that I pilfered. I have the Sulfin. I think that's the one that you posted last night. I think I need the yeah, I need no, that is the right one. Okay, there we go. So Sulfin, and then someone else threw a BP at me, but I think I grabbed it last night. So I'm going to assume I grabbed it already. I'm going to assume it's safe. Alright, alright, I'm gonna throw on the ads. I'll see you guys in just a few moments. Don't go away. Oh, hey, Wally! I was banned. Wally, you are not banned from the Discord. You get in there, buddy. I see you, Wally. I was banned for paper-related facts. Oh, wait, actually, you know what? No, let me go check the ban list. You might actually have been. I remember this now. Oh, that is hilarious. Anyway, Wally, how have you been? It's good to see you. Do you ever get all the rock-related incidents that led you to this point? It all started when I was a wee lad. I remember when my dad threw away my rock collection, and ever since then I had an obsessive urge to collect more rocks to replace my lost rock collection. All right, let's go through. We have. Oh yeah, here's the lavas. Oh, be sure to test out the guns. Do they know? I love how we all clueless reacted. That's so mean. All right, we have the Heshapon from NM Dragon. We have Apparatus Roast. We have Premier T62, Even More Refinement. The Yoshino. Rore Sub Rore. Jeez, guys. For 5 hours of Annos, I have a stupid idea in the middle of the night. We have Anno at home. Okay, I'm excited for that. Deep Water Guard Sail What fan build. The Marooner. Rebel Express, Garo Swarm, the Hyakutaki, the Bushi Class Destroyer, the Vox Monitor, Cruiser Deadliner Roar. What? Hosted by Driver, the Cruiser Deadliner Roar. Hello? Alright, there's the Motkpila. Oh my god, a Finnish word I can pronounce. Let's go, chat. And closed. Alright. This just did nothing raw and only 4.5 months left at sea. Yippee. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, because I guess you would probably do contracts similar to how Archie does it, right? Because I know you're on, like, a similar, like, rotation to what I had. You could not pronounce it? Yeah, but I could say it confidently. It's different. But no, Wally, when you get back, no, I'm not a loser. Oh, okay. So you're just, hold on, let me give you a little treat. Okay, Potat, you can get through. So send it to my DMs, Potat. I'll grab it there. But Wally, when you do get back, I was talking with M lately, because apparently I've heard y'all are getting into Warhammer Total War, and I would love to be able to join, because you can get up to like 8 people in a campaign, and that would be so much fun. Because I exclusively play Orcs. I'm in a goddamn union. Oh, base, let's go. Yeah, I know with Archie, I was all contract work, right? So I was just an independent contractor. And, yeah, that sucks. I would much rather have the union, honestly, but there's a height limit. Damn it. Oh, you know what? I can't even contest that, because I was on camera calling M short the other day. Oh my god. Orcs, go boys! Yeah, no, my favorite strategy I do in Warhammer Total War is I do all Boar Boys and Goblin Riders and just do Gringis Khan. It works a lot more often than you'd think. Orc Cavalry is kind of bitch. No way you got the Arsenal Cruiser to a workable state, Potat. I saw you just started that the other day. Jesus Christ, dude. Stretch, I think the ads are done by now, probably. Wow! Oh god, we're WA posting in chat, oh no. Alright, let's delete all my little goodies guys here. We did save, I did make sure, don't worry. Let's transfer those BPs over, shall we? Is there anything in the roast file right now? There is. We can delete those. Put him in the review folder. Alright. We actually have a good crop today, wow. Alright. Let's see how this goes, shall we? You're roasting this new hero unit for the Catboy Mechanicus division. Oh, I see. We're looking for someone who exclusively plays Wizardman. Oh, I can do that. I can learn Wizardman. But also, I like how it's like, it feels like a fantasy football draft. Like, oh yes, we're looking for an exclusive Wizardman player. I don't know why that's so funny to me. Alright, Apparatus Roast. Yeah, that makes sense for Paphos. What? Honestly, starting it with an A so it comes up first in the list was pretty based. Alright, Battlecruiser Yoshino. I missed the load button. I have a distinct feeling this is over the 1 megabyte limit. I've already loaded it in, so I'll let you get away with it this time, but do try to keep ships below 1 megabyte. Actually, you know what? I'm going to use this as a great example of why you shouldn't submit builds over 1 megabyte. This build is big, and it's very uninteresting. Aurora, we've talked about this before, where you tend to do the same thing with all your builds. And it leads to this issue of there's so much flat space that you just never use. Like, your turrets look good, but there's nothing around them to continue that with your eye going around, right? The eye goes to the side, it's all the same pattern, it's repeating. Your eye goes down here, it's all flat. You have some areas now with, like, dog holds, which is nice. But the issue with when you're a newer player, never seen a ship a day in my life, so true. The issue is when you're a new player is when you build big like this, it just, you don't quite have the experience yet to know where and when to fill stuff in, and when to leave it as empty space, right? And for the record, for those of you who are new people coming into this, I'm not this hard on newer people. This is specifically for Aurora, because Aurora has submitted multiple of almost their entire fleet now. Came back, and I assume this is roast. Yep. Am I too late? Can I submit a land ship? Nah, throw it in Aperture. You're a fellow streamer. You get special privileges, don't worry. I do pick favorites. Alright, so I will say your turret wells are getting better. That's good. But again, you just have so much empty space around them. Like, there's... You know what I mean? So you have to figure out a way to more accurately use the empty space on a ship. Also, why is this so square? Why would you not, like, you know what I mean? Why would you not start the bow here, for example, right? And when you do start the bow, it just becomes a massive wedge. So look at the top-down profile of this. You can see my issue here, right? It's just, it's all flat space, and it leads the eye to the flat space instead of to the different highlights you have. Because you do have some good work here. You have these little turrets. Your turrets have improved significantly. This one is still a little bit off, I feel, because the turret cap itself is a little bit too long. And then your superstructure is also getting a lot better. So there is improvement here, and that's good. But it's just the hull work that needs work now. And the issue is when you build big like this, building multiple big builds in a row doesn't really teach you much because you're always going to have to find areas where you can compromise because you don't want to put in the work on detail in that area, right? This happens to me too. Community, there are favorites and they're better. Oh my god, Potats. You can't say that. We can say that in the side VC. You can't say that in the chat. But just DM it to me, Aperture, and you'll be good. Gonna make the battle on, but then Deco hurt my brain. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Deco hurt your brain. Exactly, that's a fair point. It's because you built a massive ship. So, what I recommend, start small when you're first still developing your style. When I did all my campaign styles, you know what I started off with? I started off with, that's not the right one. Started off with the Ronin. Why am I missing the load button for that? This is what I started. This is the first boat I've ever built in a style that I came up with. And this is what I mean when I say start small. This is only like 8K volume, right? Because it's a study guide. Imagine when you're building your first small boats, trying to learn how to do aesthetics, you're doing a study guide, okay? You're not gonna do your magnum opus your first try. It just doesn't happen. But you're gonna build up to that magnum opus eventually. Let your large craft be your magnum opus, not a brick that needs to be refined later on. Okay? Like this isn't even the best craft in the style, because I think Gravitas Ashigaru did way better on the styling. Not the internals though, but the styling, yes. You can see here, right? I think Gravitas took my style and ran with it. And so now I'm gonna probably redo the Ronin someday to match the Ashigaru. But that's what I'm saying when like don't build mass. Imagine if I did like a 32K volume craft for that started in style. That would be so hard to either scale down or scale up, and I wouldn't want to do anything else in the style because I'd probably be burnt out. So just keep in mind stuff like that when you build. This is actually a great example here. So you can see how this little guy here by Tom. I thought this was Scrimpets first. I don't actually know who Tom is in the Discord, but this is actually a really well done example. You can see how they have empty space similar to your build, Aurora, but it's not as, you know, extensive. At least the eyes areas, like maybe some little machine gun decos in here would actually be quite nice. But that's the only area I can really think of it. Like, see, they put spotlights up here. They have the little crow's nest, the little rear bridge back here. This is actually missing a few machine guns. I feel like you could definitely have some machine guns around here. Maybe I think it's a work in progress, judging by the fact that a lot of these little nest areas where I'd assume machine guns would be, or guns would be, are empty, and there's no main guns at the front or back. Yeah, I'm going to assume this is a work in progress. But Tom Bombadil is the best character in Lord of the Rings. True. That's a little ship, I'm fucked. Well, this is only 2.5k volume. This is almost Ash's legal. What about a safety round? That's a great point, too. Some of your walkable areas where it doesn't need gun clearance should have safety rounds. If you're making a civilian craft, everywhere should have rounds. Military ships can sometimes get away without having them, but should still have some, especially in areas that don't need clearance for guns. And cargo lines, load lines, yeah. Simply swim, landlubber. Scaling is subjective. What's large for one person can be small or tiny for another. And also, Aurora, I know it's not a new style for you, but you understand my point, though, of like, you never went back to redo that smaller scale style, so when you scaled it up, it became brick. You know what I mean? Sent, I always start with patrol boats and CC building, and I'm starting to flesh out designs of escort ships. Hell yeah. So a new style really small for that reason. I trust for every rock noble, right, Rory? Noble? I don't really have a hierarchy of rocks. You know, because like we have the tier list that my mom makes of all the chatters, which is always funny. Because it means that not only do you have to be in chat and being funny when my mom is actively watching, because my mom is a lurker most of the time. My mom, can I still enter a vehicle to roast, or am I too late? Nah, you're new to the Discord, so you can enter something. Oh, actually, wait, no, Renegade, no. Didn't you submit to me, Sultan already? Or is that someone else? Okay, who submitted what right now? I'm not gonna lie. Okay, Aperture, we only do one. So you pick the ship. I'm not picking 4, because otherwise I'm just gonna pick the top one. But, no, sorry, that was Reed who submitted the soft one. Yeah, Renegade, if you haven't submitted something yet, just throw it in now. Sorry, I've robbed so many people from OFD lately that I forgot who was who there for a second. Yeah. Also, Aperture telling me to choose one. Nah, you choose one, buddy. You have until I'm done everyone else's roast to get it in. Classic ship stuff? Yeah, exactly. Release the Momston files. AB smoking 5 cigarettes in a row instead of a break. True. You know, this being alphabetical means my ships will be shown smallest to largest. My largest are still tiny. Nice. I love the smoke window area. No, I love this entire ship. This is like really solid. But yeah, I do like the little this like tumble home aspect down here. No, honestly, whoever worked on this, I know it's a work in progress, but you have a great start here. Really good work. But yeah, just get the guns in, and I'll have to like judge based on the turret caps and whatnot. The Bougie class destroyer, I'm very excited to see where that goes. All right, the Chiasma. Oh, it's a little hot air balloon. I love him. I love little hot. Okay, your fire goes a little bit. There we go. It's a little bit fast, honestly. I would recommend slowing it down. You know what? Yeah, because your fire trails up too quickly. But no, I absolutely adore this little guy. Look at the little scout balloon. I gotta make one of these in a Deepwater Guard style for a balloon core. Screw it, go for the Chubby Show. This balloon is giving me ideas. Yeah, I made the Baji. My in-game name was. I thought your in-game name was Nasty Scrimp as well. Either way, Scrimp, you did it. I thought it was your style, and then I saw Tom, and I was like, wait a second. We need new mum tier list update. You guys get one every time I do a special event. No, I didn't submit anything. Well, in that case, Renegade, throw something in roast submissions. I'll pick it up. For some reason, I thought you did, but like I said, we had a lot of new people today, so I'm a little bit. I haven't learned everyone's usernames yet. It takes me a little while. All right, send something. Hell yeah. Made it on my laptop, which has a different name. Ah, okay, that would explain why. Yeah. All right. No, I really like this. This is just a cute little guy. And you got some good, ooh, actually, it's symmetric. I want to see some asymmetry here, I feel, actually. I feel like, you know, keep one staircase, like maybe this staircase and this staircase. And you'd cut down on weight, which is what you'd want on a balloon. Because a balloon, you very rarely want symmetry, because that's just extra weight. Sure, it's nice to have redundancy, but for something cheap like this, you don't really need redundancy, right? Love the little radar down below. You did that great, by the way. No, really good job on this one. Aside from just, you know, maybe put some asymmetry and slow down the amount of fire you have here. Really well done. Really well done. Good job. All right. Arrow Swarm. Yep, that's a Garrow Swarm. Cute little guy. Not really much to say on it. It's just a little quadcopter drone. Two little guns on it. I'd almost say, like, you can't really do much about simple weapons here, so I can't complain about the simple weapons, but still not a fan of simple weapons. Got a full asymmetrical crap coming up later. Fire's a good point, though. It's not. I'm drafting Spud Girl on FTD. Haven't shown off any of my crafts before, really. Ah, okay. The same creator of the Coffindale inspired craft from the main page of the workshop? No. Can't believe I'm not on the Momsen list. Well, that's because Moonpie, you never show up when Momsen's here. So, for reference, so my okay. You know, I'm going to explain this. I know my mom's not watching today because I know she's on vacation. So my mom's currently on vacation. But when she gets back, she lurks in FTD streams. She actively watches EU5 streams. And if I'm doing any games that she and I, like when I was growing up, that we play together, so like think Spyro, Wallace, and Gromit, she'll always be actively watching for those. So if you want to get on the mom tier list, you have to be active and chatting and being funny when she's actively watching. Which will always be funny to me. But I do like that we have this as a contest to see, because I think Slowboy is still Mumson's favorite, followed by Carson. But none of this matters, because none of you guys will ever be as upset as I am, because I'm not even my mom's favorite streamer or VTuber. My mom's favorite VTuber is still Merxy. So, oh shit, being funny is hard. Yeah, so I don't want to hear you guys complaining that you're not on the mom tier list. I'm not even #1 on the mom tier list, okay? But to be fair, Merxy and I need to plan more stuff with Merxy, because I've been keeping to hang out with her, but going back to what I said about friendship, right? Like, I need to put the effort out there to make plans. Whew. All right. That's a little Garrow Swarm. Yeah, not much to say about that. Like, that's the other issue too, is if you already have a complete design, there's not much point in showing it off, 'cause I like using this as an educational thing. A little drone like that, sure, you can say, oh, this is how you build small, but I don't really like simple weapons, so I wouldn't recommend people using them, right? And you kind of need simple weapons for a build that small. But I have little biases, you guys know how it is. All right, here's the Anger Chicken. I will say, absolute cook by Orange on this. Absolute cook. It has, you know, it flaps its wings. It's a good Sveno style / Riker style. Okay, can we? Yeah, just give me the free cam. Okay, just using me. I'm gonna use the build cam. It's easier. Yeah, so you can see here how even the tail is segmented, which is always nice. That's what you want. That's what you would see on a Sveno style craft. You have the little. I've been calling this the seashell slopes for when it comes to building like roofs and whatnot in Sveno style. It's just kind of how it looks to me. It looks like seashells. You have little missile launchers here, which are really cool. I love that you angled them back too. Like everything about this little guy is just so cool. I love him. Absolute cook. And then you have his little feet down there. He's just a little guy. And then this is I forget who said they wanted to see more clockwork stuff. I think it was Blue Man. But you can see here how like the gear here for the wind locomotion is really cool. So I kind of wish. Oh no, okay. So this one spins with it, but does this one? Oh, he does spin separately. Nice. Okay. He's actually flapping his wings. Look at that. The timing's a little bit off, but that's a bread-in issue, so like that's a very easy breadboard fix. But no, really good work on this. I absolutely adore him. And the way the sails and all that texture are used, you can see how it's half sail, half painted decos. Just absolutely insane. It's so peak. And this is what I mean when I say I like builds I can teach stuff with, because obviously what I'm teaching here is you fucking painted the metal! And where's Orange? 1 second. What I'm gonna teach here is what happens to a bitch when they paint metal in Deep Underguard. At Orange. Your end is soon. No context. Oh god, run Orange. Run the fucking mouse shake, oh my god. Let's paint the metal in a Deep Underguard a crime. So theoretically, actually in this case, this is the correct way to paint metal on a Sveno design. I personally hate painted metal in Deep Underguard. But theoretically, if you were to paint metal, this is technically design accurate. I just very much dislike it. It was me, and I stole the idea from this chicken. What a monstrosity it was. You have a really old angry chicken? I do, yes. Big chicken. Just be controlled by a sine wave? Yeah. They see the other gear connected to something. Whichever gear. Because both gears actually do move with the winds. So I see what you mean. Like have it have a little hub where it sits, kind of like how the first one does. I can see that. I'm in trouble again. Perfect time to come back. Okay, good, yeah. So if you watch my Papa style video, I end up doing like the laser eye beams whenever I see painted metal. Some people get away with it, some people don't. Orange gets away with it, sadly. Quarry on the old Albacore did not, hence why it's got replaced. But no, honestly, really good work on this Orange. I really quite like this. Except to stop the gear visually clipping. I agree with that. But hey, again, that's a big build, right? So the same amount of blocks as the... Yeah, that's like almost... You know, that's 1.5 times the size of the freebooter. You're gonna find mistakes. But that's why you refine it. That's why you get it reviewed. That's why you refine it. And I'm totally not just saying get it reviewed to find mistakes. Or you know, to keep my Twitch career alive. I'm saying that because it actually does help to have a second set of eyes. Also, Orange totally snuck 2 builds into this session. Alright, so it's a sail ship that's going to have a front cram instead of the bowsprit. That's interesting. Deep Underguard doesn't have a lot of sail ships because they don't really do square sails. Okay, this is just bigger Vanguard. I kind of don't like these here, man. If you're going to be doing bigger Vanguard, so even the Vanguard at the very least, because I rebuilt it recently. Show me the Jarvis, show me the Vanguard. So you can, there he is. You can see in the Vanguard, even when I did use simple weapons, I combined them together in the turrets, right? So they're not just a simple weapon sticking out to the side. And so that's something I think maybe Orange should look into as well. Plus I kind of like the idea of turreted cannons. They just feel a bit more unique. Because you have a 3x3 space in here, so you can put 2 cannons either side and have them rotate slightly, right? Almost like casemated cannons. And then down here, these are fine. Cannons down here are fine, like this. I think that's actually a really cool idea, but you could probably replace these out with cram. Because if you're not putting too much, yeah, you don't have that much cram at the front, so replace these out with cram, put the cram in the bottom of the hull. It doesn't need to be the best cram, just needs to be some cram. They don't need to rotate, so you can really get funky with their design, right? I do believe they're just for showing locations of gun maybes. Oh, in that case, that's fine. But I love the idea of having the in-cut cannon turrets, though. That could be really cool, like swivel guns almost. Back here looks pretty interesting. I quite like it. It's a good adaptation of the Vanguard, I'll give him credit. It's a very good adaptation of the Vanguard. And then I love the way the cram cannon works up here with the bowsprit. That's really cool, I find. But, it's an interesting concept, it just needs a little bit more. I'm excited to see where that goes. Cooler Marauder. The Marauder's cooler cousin. Alright, Gladius Arsenal Cruiser. Because Potat gets his time to shine. Alright. We're gonna use Silver Snow because that's the closest I have to Potat's colors. Also, Potat, he's overweight. He doesn't sit at the waterline. He's kind of chunky. But I'm on a diet, Potat. Eee, yikes. Sleek, I say. Sleek, you say as I watch him flood half the hold. Ooh. Again, I'm roasting. As much as we say, oh yeah, they're my favorites, that's why they get special privilege. It also means they get roasted the most. Insane Z fighting. It's work in progress. Conceptually, though, you have the little pack. You have. It's an Arsenal Cruiser, so you have the large missile, or huge missiles, I think. No, those are 4 large missiles stuck together. You have the very cool little APS here. I quite like him. He's quite cute. Actually, I really like the way you did this turret. This feels like a definite improvement over your previous turrets. And superstructure, that's pretty bog standard Potat superstructure. Not much to write home about. I actually kind of don't like the little offshoots here. I feel like this little square corner in here, I assume maybe it's going to be rounded out. Oh, that turret is from the OG Arsenal Cruiser. I feel like the little indent here is throwing me off. I'm not sure why. Maybe just because it crinkled and I'm not sure, but I feel like switching from like a curve to just a hard right corner feels a little bit off to me. Rest of the superstructure is pretty geometric. I like it. That's always nice. Down here, you did that right to break up the flat space. Hey, Gravitas, welcome back. More packs back here, more arsenal. Oh, okay. I'm very happy that you made the rear launchers smaller than the front launchers. Because too many people would just do front-back symmetry there and call it a day. Have a look at the missile decos too. Okay, let's not get too ahead of ourselves, Potat. You're not that much of a favorite. Alright, you know what? I'll fire 1 missile for you, buddy. Oh, do you have them? How do I change this now? Toggle vehicle weapons, fire vehicle weapons. Show mouse cursor. I'm assuming the 45 ones is the missile. Missile hatch not open yet. Alright, there we go. Oh, okay, these are neat. I like these. I can see that's a little bit different. Yeah, no, the little mine on the front is actually really cool. Or the little... that's one of the sensor detections. And then the engine deco is really nice, and then the fins... Yeah, no, this is really well done, actually. It's very simple, but I quite like it. Oh, and there's some other ones back there, too. Nice. Okay, you got some... That's some good consistency between all the different missiles. I'm so glad we put them in like a school of fish in the water, because it really makes it easier to see. But... Wait for missile doors to open? No, I'm impatient. Joke's on you, I'm impatient. Alright. But no, overall, I really quite like the design. I think just the right angle on the superstructure is what's throwing me off. I assume it's just not done though, but I'd like to see that again when it's done, just to see if how you fix it or how you change it. And the rest of this is pretty good. Good work. I really like this. Also, the current song is from Claire Obscura, but it reminds me a lot of Atla, like Avatar: The Last Airbender. Alright, let's throw Aperture's design in, because I think he picked one. Okay, he's going to the door. Nice. Alright. Yeah, in like 2 weeks. So true. Also, Mr. Tad, I got Orange to armor up the frigate bird for us, so we just have to make sure it's okay now. Alrighty, that is... Holy saturation, Batman. Okay. Actually, I don't have any colors that would work with that, but... Yeah, actually, no, let's spawn it in. Let's respawn it in. I have an idea. I'm gonna show you guys a neat little trick, okay? So we spawn it in, right? We hit F11. We can now grab the colors off of it, because I want to talk about paint, because this is a great example of what I dislike about people who paint their craft. Alright, so, firstly, what is this purpose of this aperture? Sorry, no worries, you're fine. So your colors have to be redone. Yeah, no worries. We're gonna go through it together, okay? We're gonna change all 4 colors together. So right now, these are your fleet colors. Okay, so what is the purpose of this craft? It's a land ship, right? Now, is this working like extraterrestrial? Is this working... What kind of environment would you imagine this working in? Is this kind of like a Deserts of Karak type of situation? Or like a Homeworld land ship type thing? These are based on Homeworld craft. Ah, let's go, I got it. That are more sandy in the game. All right, so sandy, it's a desert world. So first thing you're gonna notice is, here we go. You're gonna want to, first off, never use shininess 4. It just lags people on the computer. It fucks my bitrate. Please don't do that. First off, let's reduce it just a little bit. And you never want to go 100% alpha. You can actually keep it bright red if you want. Never go 100% alpha if you're gonna do that. You see already, just by making that a little bit less shiny and a little bit less alpha, you get a lot more texture on your build. And it looks a little bit more grungy because it's on a desert world, right? So that's the first thing. You've reduced the contrast. You still get that orange color. It still looks great, but it's not blind into the eye now, right? Grinchy? I don't like that word. I think your gray is actually okay here. But again, just reduce that alpha down just a little bit. I honestly, for most of my colors, very rarely will ever go over 75 alpha. And that's just because I have some examples where I would maybe, so let's take it up to 75 across the board. Actually, I think 75 is too. I think 69 worked for the orange here. Okay, so we fixed that, right? Let's go to the white. Now, white actually is okay to have on that high of an alpha, because otherwise you get a gray, so that's fine. But what I would actually recommend doing is take it down the alpha-wise, and then just up the white, right? So, yeah, you're using too much alpha, and you're oversaturating the colors. White is one of those colors you can oversaturate, because it's white. And if you're going for a white like this, then lowering the alpha will, again, make it look a little bit grimier, right? Which is what you're going to have when you're using military equipment. Absolutely, I've been building RTS style for a while. Yes, the color seeped in me. Yeah, but true, less alpha makes it feel more grimy. Exactly. So whenever you have anything that's exposed to the environment, or just any military craft in general, it's never going to be 100% maintained where it would be factory new shiny paint, right? If you're doing a sports car, max out your alpha, because those are actually maintained. But military, nah, get that shit out of here. Now, I think your cyan's already fine. Yeah, you already had the alpha at the right spot. And honestly, I think this color is actually fine because it's transparent enough for your glass. And that was going to be one of the things I say is if you use too much alpha, then it's going to, you know, completely paint glass and whatnot. But I think your cyan color here is fine. Oh my god, what is this monstrosity? Okay. Okay, now we got the color out of the way. So that's the educational part done. I'm quite happy with the new color scheme, and you can see just how much it's less offensive to my eyes. But the texture, it kind of makes scale weird. The color scheme, yeah. All right, so the turret here, I actually quite like. I think it's well balanced. Let's see it turn though. Dude, the turret's not turn. Hello? Oh, right, I'm paused. That would do it. I forgot. All right. I was like, I forgot I was paused. You paused the game. Yeah, I remembered. I remembered. Okay, so now what's the excuse for the turret's not turning? It is unpaused now. All right. So the turrets don't turn. Number one issue. It's not paused this time. That one's not on me this time. Race cars are incredibly dirty after a race. True. But before a race, they can be clean. Think NASCAR, right? All right, so first, let's start from the back and move our way front. I like the engines, but your smoke is blowing the wrong way. You need a little bit more force on the smoke so it comes out the hole and not the top. So to put a little bit more force on the smoke, you need to select all. Oh, you're right, I'm on number 1, thank you. I forgot we changed that for Potats Craft. All right, so the turrets do move. That was just on me. Okay, yeah, so the turret caps feel balanced. They don't feel unbalanced, they're centered, which is nice too. A lot of people, I'm the most guilty of this. I very rarely center my turret caps and I always have to redo it. It sucks. What weapon select do you have? Yeah, we figured it out, don't worry. So, okay, we're starting from the back. So actually, I think everything behind this block right here, I actually significantly like. I think it's cool. I think you've done a great job. The treads look good too. Actually, what is that? Got some clip in there, buddy. Don't have any equipment on this side, so that's good. But definitely fix the equipment over here. You can just make the tread a little bit thinner. Make both of them thinner. Right now you have the treads touching each other. Make them a little bit thinner to actually make them look like a quad track. We do this tech all the time on Onyx Watch and White Flares. But yeah. Definitely reduce that down just a little bit. You have the big geometric shapes down here. Which, sure, it's RTS style, but I think even some RTS style would have some stuff in there just to spruce it up a little bit. Even just some little pipes, right? You can, or not even little pipes, you can do some big pipes just to break up those shapes. Because RTS style doesn't just mean completely geometric, it just means macro details. It's details you can see at a distance, as if you were, you know, controlling it from a third-person perspective. This is supposed to be dual track since Homo does use duals. Those treads turn. Oh, nice. Like panel lines. Yeah, panel lines are a massive way to break this up. I was about to recommend that next. You can definitely put some panel lines on the tracks here. Kind of, I don't know if you've ever seen T-Lads roast, but I'm not good with Grebo, so that's why I'm explaining it to you as we go along. They also need pull repins because they get dented, chipped, and scrapped a ton. Rocks, chips, contact surface, road debris. Exactly. You can also even paint that in yourself if you really wanted to get small details, but I'm not going to tell anyone to do that. The radiator system back here is good too. I quite like I love this engine plate. This is a great amount of Grebo, especially with those macro details that I talked about with RTS style. You've really captured that here, and I think that's really good. Now just extend that down here as well. Maybe add some grays in, not just bright. Actually, you did an okay job over here. I like the way this is layered. I just think, yeah, you need to work on the clipping for the tracks. And then just back here, just some big pipes down here I think would really help. Maybe just call it like hydraulics or something. I don't know. I don't know how tracks work. Just call it something. Maybe it's like the motor, the electricity lines. I don't know. And then the other issue I have is it's just very thin down here. I feel like you'd want it to be a little bit more robust when it comes to your tracks, right? Especially on the Land Cruiser. The homeworld stuff is big. I'd easily see some walkways on treads for maintenance. It doesn't have to be that small detail because again, we're doing macro details for RTS style, right? Similar. Think of how Monk Lizard builds, right? I mean, you guys have lots of little catwalks everywhere. Oh, maybe. But think of how Monk Lizard builds. We haven't seen a Monk Lizard build in a while, but just an idea there. Now, let's approach the parts I dislike. This is very visually boring, and even from an RTS perspective, it's not really well layered. And then also, this curve here. You have all these sharp geometric angles, and then you just kind of curve out. It doesn't make sense. It's not consistent. Did you see how you had these sharp square angles back here? And then just, boom, 4-meter curve. Like, that doesn't make sense. Also, just pure radiators on the side with random smoke coming out of it, but not even out of the radiator part. I think that could definitely use some work. That's what the game did too, so. Okay. So, you have two choices there. You can either stay true to the game, which if that's what you want to do, it's fine. If that's a style, maybe I just don't know, right? But I would definitely recommend at least making it a little bit more interesting. Put in those panel lines. What's this called? This is called the Minotaur, right? Homeworld Minotaur. Let's take a look at this, shall we? Battle Cruiser? Okay, I'm getting Minotaurs from 40k. There we go. Okay, well, apparently that's StarCraft 2. Do you have any reference art for this that you could say? Oh, no, there it is. I see it. All right. No, that's the wrong one. Okay, so actually, no, I think I found it, but I think you have a slightly modified version. So, firstly, it has an offset grid. Homeworld game Minotaur Battlecruiser. What's it called in-game? I'm trying to look at it. The game version is called the Vanguard class Battlecruiser. Oh my god, okay, that's why I was confused. Alright, Vanguard class Battlecruiser. Okay, so it's actually quite different from how you... Okay, so first off, it doesn't do a pyramid. I assume you're doing your own to avoid replicas, that's fine. But my biggest issue right now, I think, is you need the spotlights up front on this side, because they do have quite a bit of spotlights. You need the little cockpit, which you did do over here. But you kind of made it symmetrical, whereas the design I'm looking at right now, I'll post this... Here, I'll send this to your DMs, just to help you a little bit more here. There we go. So this is the photo I got when I looked it up, okay? Which is similar enough to yours. Do you notice how it's very asymmetrical compared to yours? Yours is perfectly symmetrical. And keep in mind, when you're doing RTS stuff, asymmetry is the name of the game. Asymmetry is the only way you can really put detail in and make it feel not repetitive. Coalition battlecruiser and Sapani battlecruiser. Okay. That's the offset bridge. Yeah, so definitely you wanna take out a lot of the symmetry you have here and put in asymmetry. So okay, this is not the song for this. There we go. Alright, so like maybe, you know, some sensor suite equipment up here would do well. And then maybe over here, put like that little bubble cockpit with and then have the spotlights on here, right? Split up all those little details, because home mode for an RTS is actually quite detailed. So I feel like saying you're bad at Greeblin, yeah, sure, you might be. It's completely possible. Get better at it. Try it. Try your Greeblin, get feedback on it, go from there. You know what I mean? Don't just say, oh, I'm bad at Greeblin and then not do it, right? Like, just try it. Especially if you're doing this for a custom campaign, you want it to be quality. Find an RTS style, symmetry is almost always used exclusively for super tank units. Yes, symmetry is used for super tanky units, but even then, they're very rarely perfectly symmetrical like this one is. Like, this one had mirror mode on the entire time. There is no differences if I split this down center. Aside from maybe that 5 right there. That's the only difference I can find. And with a build this big, you have so much room for asymmetry, right? Also antennas, yes? Yeah, exactly, right? Need to alternate the two bridges? Agreed. Also, yeah, the 4 meter slope in the middle is more sharp in game. Yeah. Is that a 4 meter slope or is that a 4 meter into a 3 meter? I feel like that. Yeah, that is a 4 meter. I would maybe do like 3 meter work, maybe. So maybe move it back. Let's start it from where you had it. Okay, one back here. Yeah, I think that's a little bit. Like, do you see the shape and change there? I think 3 meters might work a little bit better for you there. The reason why I didn't put the sensor on the island is because of the interference of B turret. Okay, just put turret restrictions. Or alternatively, let's look at that Vanguard class again, alright? Yeah, presumably the B turret on the Vanguard class would not be able to fire to the right. So just put turret restrictions. And aside from that also, do you see how your turret, you got the front barbette right? Again, I'm not going to say do a replica. I don't believe in replicas. I feel like you should always change it to be more inspired by your own style. But this part looks correct, and then this part is very tall. Like, the barbette matches the superstructure, which isn't quite how it is in-game. It's a little bit shorter. I would say it's about a block and a half shorter than the superstructure, whereas you have them level, right? Now, you probably did that for clearance of your turret. That's fine. But if you got rid of the left-hand side bridge, so if you got rid of some of that symmetry, you'd be able to turn this into a left-sider or a right-sider, depending on which way you want to put the bridge on. Right? Yeah, it's because of clearance? Yeah, exactly. So, honestly, kill one of the bridges, lower the turret down, add the sensor suite, and then just have it so that the turrets just have a preference for which way to fire. Fairly clear to forward turret with the barrels? Yeah, exactly. You can probably lower that turret down by 1, I think. Yeah, and then just, you could do idle elevation. So you do this. I use about 5 degrees for most of my guns. This is how you can get them on the same level, but not make it look like they're clipping. Plus, also, it's just nice not having the barrels face forward all the time anyway. So I like to do 5 degrees. You can do 3 degrees, you can do however many degrees you want. It doesn't matter. You can see there how even just that adds a little bit of visual detail, because now it's not exactly straightforward on that grid that we built, right? A good portion of aesthetic work is making it so it doesn't look like it's built on a voxel-based grid. Because con of this finishes its cost? Agreed. You could definitely make this smaller. It's how expensive. Yeah, it's 500,000. This is, yeah, so this is way more expensive than a freebooter, for example, and it's a lot less firepower. It's about 100 less firepower. So you could definitely add some stuff in here that would help you out. Like, over here, these APSs. Like, what's the idea with the mantlet here? Why is it so far forward? What's because of the armor, methinks? Yeah, it's about 54% armor. So if you're going to build this big, you probably don't need that much heavy armor, for example. Right? So the lamps on the turrets, like, in-game is also a good idea. Yeah, some spotlights here and there, like, tons of different stuff you can do with this. Anyway, I would say look at the in-game stuff. Again, just take a quick little glance over and see what they do for their macro details. So you see spotlights. You got the spotlights down here because they're symmetrical, but you didn't get the asymmetric spotlights. You didn't get the little cockpit lights, right? And this is just on the Vanguard. You said you had the Sabani battlecruiser and a few other inspirations as well. So take those as well and look at their asymmetrical parts. Look at the parts that aren't the same. Yeah, so rework this one. I'd love to see you submit it again and see how it improves, you know? The mantlets mimicked? Ah, I see. Well, the mantlets mimicked, it doesn't look great, I'm not gonna lie. It's just so, like, it looks like it has a massive underbite. If you move this back one block, it would look a lot better. You're free to check, but yeah, so. Also, why did you put this up here? Why not just continue it all the way to the top, do a circle turret cap, like a casemate almost? Because that's how you have it decoed anyway. I'm confused as to why you angled this like this. Why would you not just do... it's not on the turret, but like just do a circle shape going around, right? It'll give you more internal space as well to build up. Imagine that you lined it up inside, right? But because I think the reason your APS might be a bit bad down there is because you didn't give yourself enough space. You could definitely build this up a lot more. You could easily put some Tetris up here, put some armor around it. You could put some Tetris in the entire cavity, right? You have this entire turret cavity. Use it. You don't need that much clearance back here. Put the turret back here, and then just put limitations, right? This barrel isn't going to go for the cockpit. So I can reuse it on the stern side. Yeah, but it's my same point though. Is like, it doesn't look good here either. This mantlet does not look good. You know what I mean? And then yeah, you want to reuse the same turret over here, okay? But still, reuse the same turret, sure. But you can still change it. I think the issue here is you're trying to make this a bit too modular, maybe. Is this turret and the one back there should not be the same because these are two different turrets. You know what I mean? The Bao CBUS is just there for anti-labs, yeah. But based on the Phalanx, I'd maybe look at more IRL CBUS since they looked at modern day weapons references, so you can too, and it should fit. That works. But yeah, I would not advise reusing the turrets there. Oh, I see, yeah, so you just have the Phalanx go into the hull of it. Yeah, that's not my favorite method, I'll get, you know? Also, on your turrets as well, you have some good asymmetry with the radar dome here, but let's take a look at that turret again. Zoom it. Enhance. Enhance. Yeah, so you can see how there's like, you know, you don't have to do the lights on the turrets. Did you get the paint on the turret barrels? Okay, you did okay. But also, the mantlets are a little bit more rounded in game, so the roof's a little bit flatter. And then, you know, again, this is only if you want to do a replica, obviously. If you're doing your own fin, that's fine. But just ideas, right? Because land ship, like, this feels very much like a ship turret and not a tank turret. And land ships usually have tank turrets. Played Deserts of Karak, right? I have played Homeworld. I didn't play the remastered, I played the original. Aside from that, back here, definitely add some, like, maybe add some access ways, maybe make it walkable. Once you, like, cut off one of these bridges, you could definitely do some walkways going around. Because right now, this is just a massive space, right? Maybe slap some radiators back here. Like, this, again, anything behind this black pyramid here is really good. Except these turrets. I'm not a fan of these turrets. But, like, the shaping on the hull is really good. And then up here, it just kind of, it feels like you give up as you go along, you know what I mean? And then all the way to the front, it's just like, the turrets don't even fit the holes you're making for them at this point. Does that make sense? I don't even think this turret is centered on your little circular area here, is it? Yeah, I don't think it is. But yeah, just so that was obviously a big build, and you know, it's a lot to go through there. But I think that is a pretty comprehensive review of how I would want a land ship to be, right? And for those of you still in chat, I'm trying to do my best to have this educational. Rebuilder just ignores all overseas and just builds phalanx inspired stuff. Yes, is it? Like most US boats, the Iowas, the Berks, and the variants. Yeah, I'm fine with people using the phalanx. That's fine. But man, it was kind of difficult to do. Not gonna lie. Literally, just move it back one. Like you just, it's way too far out. Move it back one and make the ammo casing on top a lot smaller. Cause like, look how massive that is. You know what I mean? All right. That's all I have to say about that, I think. Alright, the Heshafon. Now, this one was updated by, was this? Oh, no, wait, no, this was from last time. We already looked at this one. Yeah, because this is where they had the weird hull stuff. They hadn't fixed the hull yet. Okay, that was from last time. I just forgot to delete it. Alright, Hiyataki, Hyakutaki. Interesting name for a Scarlet Dawn vehicle. There we go. One. 6, there we go, thank you. Alright. So first things first is, from what I recently heard, the blue is a little bit outdated, apparently. Which I didn't know for SD. Really? Auto smoke? You lose points just for having auto smoke, I need you to know this. I do quite like the engines though, and the overall shape is nice. I don't like these little radar panels here, this feels TG. The little like hexagon hive feels like TG. SD, so much smoke. I know, right? He's a chronic smoker. The intake at the front is nice. Honestly, I think everything except for the little hexagons I actually quite like. But the pattern here, it's not how SD does their paneling. The black panel should actually be on top here going around if you want it to look like an armor. And then obviously the hexagons are just not it. And then honestly, I would offset the black up here too. SD very rarely has their colors flushed together. They're always paneled out. TNTG is a subfaction of SD that only very recently broke off. Not true. It's not a subfaction. TG was 2 SD robots sent down to start terraforming for SD originally, or they were sent down as the vanguard. The lore has changed multiple times on that. I don't know what changed. Either way, TG got hit by a seagull on the way down, which is what caused Ares to crash out. And then they started building designs inspired by what they saw around them. Because TG is Thanatos and Ares, and they built designs based on their natural environment. So they built a lot of human mechs because they saw Steel Empire and they became friends with Steel Empire. They built a lot of animal mechs because that's what they see around them. So they started off as SD bots, yes, but their style that they build themselves is not SD, nor anywhere near it. Similar technology, but they were supposed to be controlled. Yeah, exactly. Shame they're all asleep right now. Try to get in the KR community to submit for your roast. Go for it. I post the VODs every little once in a while, and I would love the extra exposure if you think there's someone who could benefit from, you know, having me talk about their build. I'm down for it. Guess the SD never figured out bird strike protection. Well, to be fair, they're spacefaring. Why would they have to? There's no birds in space. Yeah, remember, we're trying not to press the caps button on my submission. I'm gonna hit the caps button on your submission. No, we're flipping those trailers, buddy. Yeah, that's my main issue here. This was syrup. Yeah, so it's a little bit too TG in my mind for this one, and you didn't do the paneling correctly. Even for a rapid assault, they still have those panels. All right, cruiser deadliner roar. What is this? Ooh, okay, this is an interesting shape. I'll give you that. By driver. I don't know, why is it titled cruiser if it's by driver? Curious. Oh, you made the Titanic. Okay, that's actually cool. That's a really good use of a separator. I really like that. I don't care about the rest of us. I understand it's still a work in progress. That is a cool mechanic. All right, you know what, driver? You do get added to the favorites list. Because that is really good. Oh, I will say, somebody didn't deck over deck blocks, and it shows. But, no, I really like that. That's a cute little detail. That is a very cute little detail. SS General storming into HQ. I have a plan. 900 birds. 500 birds. I should have had a heart attack, but it has heat build up as it moves. Oh, neat. Okay. Please don't. Please don't what? Just please don't is crazy. Oh, the cruiser's crying about the Rebel Express. No, it's okay, cruiser, don't worry. Didn't sink right, make it sink bow first and then split. True. But no, either way, it's cool. I would love if, like, when ships split off, it just automatically acts like a separator, and then you just have the two halves of the ship. So you can have proper shipwrecks like this. But honestly, this kind of tech would be nice because I could easily use this for some videos. Like, imagine if I want to do a narrative campaign and I need a ship that sinks. This could really work well for this idea. Just thinking it looks very Titanic-like. It does. It's what it's intended as, I assume. It's an insane build, to be honest. Yeah, I would love to be able to, like, imagine taking the freebooters and we have it, like, cut in half like this. That would work so well for cinematics. So, maybe Cruiser and Driver will get y'all to help with that when we start doing more cinematic FTD stuff, like when I do my narrative campaign. Very well done, though. The campaign won't be done until all the guides are out, though. Which is sad, but I want to focus on the tutorial content first. Alright, the Marooner. Okay, I'm seeing some asymmetry here. Alright, big monitor. Nice. Okay, mantlets. I talk about this quite often. Can your gun aim all the way back? Come on. Come on, little guy. There we go. So he can't aim all the way back. I wish it was like War Thunder where you could see where the barrels are. So he only aims up to there. So I feel like these mantlets are a little bit wider. Also, mantlets should be usually sunk in, not stretched out like this. You know what I mean? So these mantlets don't quite make a lot of sense. You call me up? Ooh, deep guns. I like the rest of the turret. I think it's interesting visually. Like this little rangefinder up here. Though radar isn't allowed on Deepwater Guard builds. Neither is laser rangefinders. Or whatever this is. Like you're only allowed telescopes and coincidence. But the mantlets really throw off the rest of your turrets. The barrels are also really well decoed. I'll give you credit there. Oh, they do clip a little bit, so maybe deco them to be a little bit thinner. But aside from that, the anchor looks good. The hull construction is actually really nice. You've done some good hull construction here. Oh no! No, look how crinkled and bad. No, okay, so this is the reason why you don't want to do this. This smokestack, just put it as part of put it as the rear of the superstructure. Don't try to, you know, do stuff like this. Because it looks so out of place. Like, look how nice this flows, and then this spin block here completely ruins it. I believe this is the monitor class. I believe it is a monitor. I don't know if it's the specific monitor one. And then also your torpedoes here are actually mounted a little bit too far forward. So let's take these off, right? Watch these be my torpedoes just directly stolen from me, and I'm the one who messed it up. It's possible, but then again, I also normally give my torpedoes turret wells, so they don't have to deal with this, right? It was this one, I believe. Yeah, so you see how torpedoes. So actually, it's very similar. I think these are just my torpedo banks. They are, yes. Okay. Oh no, you have a slight difference. I just have a little bit more. Okay, I have a bit more forward bulk, which is why mine don't feel as forward heavy. That's why. Okay, I see what's going on here. Yeah, so let's have it set in the same way yours was, where it's like idle azimuth. Way. They had it set out to here, right? 45 degrees. So they feel a little bit unsupported right now, right? Mine feels a little bit more supported because I have the 2 meter block, whereas you only have the 1. And also, the way this is propped up here, this doesn't make any sense. Why is this so thin around it, right? It's just not how torpedoes would be mounted. If anything, actually, wipe all of this away. So let's get rid of this. There we go. So here, let's prefab this away. Okay. All right. This is gonna be a very excessive amount of modification today, but you know what? I'm having fun explaining stuff. So you have these, right? Cut them into these panels here. You have torpedoes coming out of the side here. Okay, I see. Obviously, you have your steam boiler there, so we can't maybe quite do that. Well, actually, you know what? No, we can work around that. You probably don't need that steam. You have 120,000 power for this. This fin better go 150 meters a second for that much power. You know what I mean? Like, come on. You don't need that. Nobody needs that. So let's imagine you did this, right? Let's put that here, and then maybe just a little idle azimuth forward. And maybe, like, maybe we sink it in a little bit more, right? Just get it into an area where it's, okay, that one doesn't turn there, but you understand my point of, like, See how it's a little bit more integrated compared to how you had it before? And it's not just on this weird propped up fin. So that's an idea there. Honestly, I would probably take out that middle rib and just put an entire turret well in there, but say maybe try and inset into the hull for the torps. Exactly. Why is the boiler so big? That's a great question, honestly. I do want to see how fast this thing goes. Okay, so I'm looking at the energy. Okay, let's stop giving it resources. All right, never mind. It has infinite commodities. Okay, so this is at max. Its max speed is 11 meters a second. Yeah. What are you using 120,000 energy for? Because you definitely don't have the hull shape to be going this fast. You know what I mean? I do like the asymmetric bridge, though. Your bridge is actually quite nice. It's interesting, and it's a little bit different, though I think... I don't know. I normally like having the Pathos snout jut out a little bit more, personally. That's just me. How you do that is up to you, though. You could definitely... You've got some blocks in here, buddy. Gotta put these down here, right? So that the windows have something to sit on. Get it back there, that's fine. So fix that up. And then maybe even just in here. Actually, that's only one, right? So what you can do down here is here. Let's see how that already cleans it up a little bit. So I will say you forgot half your floor. So putting the ship's wheel right underneath the windows is an interesting choice because that's really some clippage there. There we go. Simple like that, right? And then it might also help to have a chair. There we go. So let's say you do it like that. I would personally raise the floor up one because I like to have my floor flush with this layer here. But how you do that is up to you. I don't particularly care about that. Yeah, I'm generally trying to figure out what you're using all that energy for. All right, but yeah, aside from that, yeah, put a smokestack, like a proper Paphos smokestack out back here. Just have this combine out of here and then have this mast. Maybe have the mast a little bit over to the side, maybe. I don't know. Also, if you're going to be doing mast and Deepwater Guard style, tip your masts, folks. Don't stop forgetting to tip them. There we go. But you did get the mast the right color, which is nice. So full props there. Maybe add some props. Maybe. I like the idea. Like, yeah, I think the smokestack and the torpedoes will really throw this fin off, and also the mantleth on the gun, because your turret cap is way too forward right now. So if I move this over here, it's gonna overhang on both sides. So expand out your turret well here, especially if it's a monitor class. Have the little bump to the side, right? Because I don't even think that's armored on the inside. Yeah, that's not even armored. So raise it up one, maybe put it on a barbette, fill at the bottom of the turret, or you know, completely round out the hull a little bit there so it can accommodate that turret. Cut off about everything up to here. This right here should be the front of your turret, and then just cut it off here, and then work your way back, curling it in, and then have the barrels come out here. Move the mantlets up to here. Change them out a little bit so as you're not doing too much. You probably only need up to here, because they don't aim directly up, right? They're cram cannons. Don't need that much power. Maybe add some redundancy or efficiency. Oh, and the lids will be any other way next to the superstructure. Which way? Oh yeah, what the hell? Yeah, you could definitely change that up a little bit. So the superstructure, I normally like to have a little bit of a walkway around it. You see how that goes straight into it, and it that's just 4 meters. Definitely change that out as well. And then for these windows here, I like what you did. I like the idea here with this. Thank you, Mr. Cram Cannon. Very cool. So I like the idea of having the... Oh, those are decoed like that. Okay, never mind. I don't like that as much now. But keep in mind, with stuff like this, you can just do this. Actually, normally I would move that right here, actually. So you see how it gives you that Deepwater Guard aesthetic of having the windowsill there? You don't necessarily do the 2 here, but... Yeah, let's get rid of X. Having the oil cans decoed is weird. You see how that looks already a little bit more Deepwater Guardish, and it breaks up your slopage? Breaking up the slope is always the hardest part about Deepwater Guard superstructures. It's difficult, I get it, trust me. I struggle with Deepwater. You guys just watched me struggle with Deepwater Guard superstructure for the last, like, 3 hours, right? So. Behind the turret, too. Yeah, that would help as well. But I think the turret cap needs to be fixed before you can really add anything else there. So, again, you have some good ideas here, but the execution is just a little bit flawed, and you need to go back and do it right. Ooh, what's this little guy? Oh, he's just a little guy. I love him, Moonpaw. He's cute. Look at him. Look at him go. I love this little guy. The intakes are really nice. The antenna has some really good asymmetry here. And you can see, I don't know if Aperture is still here, but you can see how just having that little antenna on there, it's just the smallest amount of asymmetry, and yet it adds so much to the build. Because now this feels like an RTS unit, because it has those little macro details. Also, I think this is the best Moonpaw craft I've seen. I love this style. No, really cute little guy. Really well done, Moonpaw. I don't really have any other notes aside from like, this is how a small little RTS unit should be done. But maybe the antenna could be a little bit bulkier. That's just a personal thing though. Or maybe like a little spotlight on the front of the, you know, depends on your style, right? It's completely dependent on how you want to do it. S3 TPD style. Ooh, I'm looking forward to that then. That'll be fun. Very well done. Alright, Premier T62, this is a Curbs build. Okay, so he's added a little bit more. Interesting. Okay, he's redone the turret. Okay, he's adding more science every time I say something too. Take it a lot more, bigger turret, 300 meter cannon. Check between the upper wheels, also check the back for a little surprise. I'm terrified of what he means by that. Oh, the new VRM motorcycle give you hot steam EQ. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, nice try, Curb. No, but honestly, yeah, the front here looks a lot better. I really like the texture on this as well. You've really retextured it well. And aside from that, this is a lot. Look at him go! Holy shit! Hatsune Miku bow, and that's incredible. I actually love that. Download VRM mod and make the roasted model in game if it's 3D. The roasted model is not 3D. If someone wants to make a 3D model of me, go ahead. I'll gladly have it in game. But it's a live 2D model, so it's like 2.5D. So like you can see, I can turn like this, but I can't really, you know, you're not gonna be able to see my back, right? Like a 3D model, I would. Well, that's my point, right? It'd be, I have the reference art in the art channel if someone wants to do, like, the back is pretty much the same as the front. I'm not exactly a complex model to draw, right? Unless I'm not a Blender man, that's perfectly fair. But I might get a 3D model one day. But today is not that day. Aside from that, Curb, yeah, I actually quite like this a lot more. The engine's pretty good. I like this turret idea. I feel like I'm gonna feel like a bastard for complaining. Slope up the back of your turret now. So let's get on here. It's the wrong button. There we go. What I would actually recommend now is sloping up the back of this turret, right? So let's do maybe not like that. Actually, yeah, we could probably just slope it like an actual slope. That'll work fine. All right, take this out. I know people are fond of their. Here, let's do this properly, shall we? That probably needs to be it. Yeah, there we go. That crashed my game. That's interesting. Well, something Curve had on here crashed my game. Oh wait, it didn't crash. There we go. Okay, now it did. Interesting. All right. Yeah, don't send stuff that will crash my game, please. I think it was the animation. Probably something to do with the animation is what crashed it there. Hey, Araya, how's it going? Good to see you. What, you upgrading? Oh no, Deadston. Yeah, I guess the anime DLC. Well, I have the anime DLC, so it's interesting that broke my game. But, is that upgrade my PC tomorrow? Hell yeah. I can make a 3D model, but I'm focused on contesting this right now. It's up to you. I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying if you want to, it'd be cool. They always send zip bombs and roast. True. Yeah, essentially, what you want to do now is you want to curve the rear of your turret up to make it feel like a tank turret. Because that way it has clearance over any rear radiators or any engine parts you want to put in the back. Good to see you too? Hell yeah. Alright, let's get back in the roast here. But aside from that curve, I like the front of that turret. It's interesting. I don't know where you'd take it, but it's interesting. Alright, Rebel Express. I was explicitly asked not to caps lock this, but observe. Heh. That's a screenshot. I meant to. Okay, 1 second. We gotta turn it back on because I do want him to work, so I can pause it. Alright, let's try this again, shall we? I want him to get into an angle, and then we pause. There we go. Okay, now we can look at him a little bit better. Okay. Yeah, the elevated angle in looks pretty good. I get like more Christmassy colors. That was not it. What white flares? White flares feels Christmassy, right? You know what? That's a little bit more seeable now, at least. All right. Evilston, true. How many roasts are we in today? Well, we started at 2.5 hours, and we're now at 3 minutes 40, or 3 hours 40 minutes. So you're not supposed to carry trains like that. Don't give him nerve damage. Yeah, you gotta support the back. All right. We still have quite a few more as well. We've had quite a big crop because I missed Friday's stream because I was editing. All right, these look pretty good. No complaints. It's obviously the back could connect a little bit more, but it's FTD. You don't have to make it perfect. I love this little. I call them cow catchers. It's not what they're called. I should know. My dad was a train fanatic. I know when Thomas the Tank Engine they were used as snow plows, but anyway, I love the little plow at the front of the train. Yeah, you did a really good steam boiler. That's all good. No, you didn't make it open back. You made it closed back. You're evil. Wow, you did the coal car perfectly fine, but you're not gonna make the train open back. That's evil. The guns look good. I actually love the way you did the guns. That's pretty cool. Oh, you did multiple guns too. That's very nice. I like that. And they're like actually decently powerful too. Nice. Very nice. Very much am a fan of that. And the caboose looks pretty good. No, that's pretty good, honestly. I'm excited to see this in the Christmas campaign. Maybe I'll play Christmas campaign this year. Stitch Shadows is probably best for it. I feel like Cowcatcher could be hollow. Is it solid? Nah, that's fine. Oh, actually, yeah, maybe you just remove these areas that you painted black, right? Maybe you're onto something, actually. Yeah, no, I think being hollow may be the idea here. I'm not gonna lie, that does look pretty good. Maybe I think it needs a bit more than just the paint. Like, needs a bit more than just painted black, but it also needs a bit. Maybe just have it inset a little bit. Miniguns, missiles, cramps, apple cannons, and sound ships. I love it. You made an AC 130 of a train. 10. This train gives Common Rider. True. Like OH is a pretty bad general purpose color scheme. White players in SD2 for that matter. Or yeah. It's because not every faction uses their primary as their primary. That's the annoying thing, right? Like. I don't like the trucks for the carriages. No? I feel like they're okay. True, need suspension? Nah, you don't need suspension where we're going. It flies. They fly now. Drain. Hello, Dangerous. How's it going? It's good to see you. How have you been? Alright. Rebel Express. Delete. Alright, Roar Subroarine. Oh, what the hell is this monstrosity? Okay. Unpause. Okay, I do love this back here with the little valves pumping in and out. That's really cool. Lava, you have come a long way. Oh, you turned the moray into it so you didn't take the offer tags, I see. I love what you did up here. Okay, moray into a submarine kind of cooks. Spotlights are good. You did the missiles, very nice. But okay, I will complain. You're gonna do missiles like this. I hate spin blocks. Do it like that, please. Just so it's not just a solid lump of wood. You see how that looks more like a door now? And when it comes in and out, it'll still be flush. But you see how it looks more like a door now? Instead of just block. Does that make sense? Obviously, you can paint it to be trim, but the close front mean the conductor is a hot box and that sweet clean coal. Oh, absolutely. You know he takes a shovel of it, he takes a hit, and then he throws it in the boiler. Ooh, I love the clockwork in here. Good work on this. 3 extra trucks are not a fit on such small carriages usually. Oh, okay, interesting. The chart up there looks very familiar. What? How did you manage to do that? What is that electrical okay. I'm abducting the lava later because I need that. It's all the wood painted trim because it's underwater. Yes, and it's also because it's built from a Sino design. How did you get the little electrical texture? That's so cool. I need that tech. That is very cool. Look on the gear. You can see there's a little like spark of blue every now and then. How did you do that? Makes it look like there's like electricity being produced by the gear. I don't know. Wait, is that not intentional? Is that not intentional sparkage there? What do you mean you don't know? Where did you get this turret from? Is this Plunderer? This doesn't feel like new Plunderer. Just the texture, it's missing certain parts. Check the texture. There we go. What the fuck? It is just... What the hell? Hello? Alright, well I'm stealing that at least. That's interesting to see. I'm not... AI... Oh, it's the AI mat. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. I love that detail. I've never seen that before. That looks so good. Like, that's exactly what I need for the Tesla coil. I'll have to figure out how I do that later. Hey, we're kidnapping someone for Deepwater Guard Wars? Oh, we've kidnapped so many people. Look at the quotes channel, Carson. That pretty much explains how how last night was when I was editing the EU5 video. I was also kidnapping people from OFTD. Bumper harvest today too. We got quite a few people. Hero Swapper is goated is epic. Yeah, I thought that was intentional. I didn't think that was. Still, that's such a cool little idea. I'm stealing that idea. Yeah, I Matt Steam Gear. Yeah. Probably the materials, yeah. Like the gear texture has no backside or inside more. Yeah, that's same gear, yeah. It wasn't even what I thought it to be, yeah. Hero Swapper is good, it's epic. Thank God I'm safe now. Bumper Harvest, I hardly know her. Oh my god. No, aside from that, I really like this. This is really cool. I like the little fins you have on the side too, but I feel they be shaped a little bit better. Right there. Come on, what are you doing here, Lava? So whenever you have slots like this on the winds, I do this on my planes too. Just clean it up. You know, don't be nasty. Clean it up. Make it look good. Shape it well. You know what I mean? These are 3x3. Making me build on a spin block. There will be hell to pay for this. So the shaping is actually a lot better once you actually, you know, put the shaping in. Crazy, I know, but... Alright, God, I hate building on spin blocks. It's so unnatural. Yeah, so do you see the difference between those two? So just little stuff like that. What the hell is this instant deco block tech? I'm always surprised at how many people don't know this. So Control X opens the deco menu. If you're holding something in your hand, so let's say I want to put this wireless transmitter as little rabbit ears here, okay? Control Shift X will place the block how you have it in your hand. Also, if you mimic, Control Shift X places on either side. There you go, now you have little rabbit ears. And then if you just do this, ta-da, he has little ears now. That's how you do it. Sometimes you learn tech, it just makes you go, I wasted so much time doing this hard way. Yeah, so maybe a link to Hawkins video in the deco tab of the menu. Honestly, maybe. Hawkins does a lot of good tutorials. But yeah, so you can see just Lava how, you see how much cleaner that looks? Deepwater Guard is scrappy, yes, but it's not messy. Which I know is hard to understand if you don't build it regularly like I do. But just trust me, it's scrappy, not messy. But yeah, aside from that, I actually really like this idea. Alright, let's fire it, see how it does. Okay, cool. Not a bad amount of firepower there. Honestly, for a Moray build. Actually, you know what? Since you're doing this back here, I'm gonna take this part for the electric. You know what? Yeah, you're getting yoinked, buddy. Alright. Let's take that. Because for the electric eel, I need a tail like this anyway. I was gonna adapt it from the P-Quad, but you've just done it better. So I will just yoink that for the electric eel. I was wondering how to do that deco trick. Control Shift X also controls Zeable, which is nice. True! That is true. And Roar building on a move and spin block. True. You will be punished for it by being stolen. Cobbled together, but not poorly designed or in a state of decay. No, you can have poorly designed, and you can have some that are completely broken up. Like, Riker style is very much in a state of decay. but it's just, when I say messy, I mean from a game perspective. So like, this is messy in terms of a voxel game, because you see all those hard square corners? That wouldn't make sense in real life. Whereas over here is probably closer to how it would look in real life if you wanted the border to win with metal, right? That's all I mean. I will say the rest of this is absolutely incredible. I love him. He looks like a little face. He looks like the little crossbones skull that you got. Oh my god, it's an even bigger frog. Don't ask what he's doing. Sorry, I had to. I saw it and I was like, I gotta make the joke. But no, honestly, I really like this. This is a really cool idea. You're getting yoinked. I'm stealing the tail for the electric eel. All right. Congratulations, Lava. You've had your first design stolen by me. Mickey Mouse! It has Mickey Mouse ears! Damn, live on camera, too. It's like that one Pepe gif that Monkey Man is so fond of sending Carson. I saw Kermit the Frog. Mickey Mouse makes sense too, but I was thinking like it was a frog. So all I could think of was that damn little Pepe meme that Monkey Man sends whenever he sees Maidstone. Hey Squeebles, how's it going? Alright, back to the roasts. Actually, now that I have the tail done, I really do want to start work on the electric eel again. Maybe that's what we'll build after we're done the privateer. Maybe before we're done the privateer. Oh, okay, there's a lot wrong here. Okay. So first off, your texture is completely wrong. This is way too much metal at the front. Actually, just too much metal in general, I would argue. So, Deepwater Guard has not a hard rule, but a general rule of thumb that I like to use with Deepwater Guard is never more than 3 layers of metal in a row. So where you're violating that is at the back here with this turret, because you have, 3 layers of metal there. Back here especially, you have quite a lot. And then all of this being metal, also not great. The tracks are interesting with the way they do the guards, but it's a little bit too similar to the Kopesh, and the Kopesh is my least favorite way that I did track guards. I'm not gonna lie. Also, you have way too many wheels on this. You can definitely cut down on the amount of volume you're using. Not to mention, your tracks are also clipping through your guards. So let's take this for a second. You see how you're clipping? If you want to have a 2 meter wide wheel, always go 1.9. It'll make it clip a lot less, and it'll look a lot more affirmative to the track. So just that alone already quite actually improves this. But now you have this metal sticking into the track here, but it doesn't make any sense. So either go all the way across, like this, or actually specifically like this, I think it would be 2. And then just have it as track guards, or just get rid of them in general. Aside from that, you have all these metal panels here, but again, violates the 3 layers fin. Also this turret, more than 3 layers. So you have to figure out which way you want this turret to be. Also, you just have this barrel deco coming straight out of no mantlets. So let's compare this to the Kopesh, because this is very clearly inspired by the Kopesh. I'm just going full in on education today, it's great. Y'all are welcome, by the way. That's the showcase rig, that's not what I want. Let's just restart Designer, actually. So there's gonna be a lot of comparisons here I want to make, because Sand Scorpions is my personal style, so I like being able to yap about it. Alright. Let's see your original design. Compare it to the Kopesh. Shotel is probably more nowadays my favorite Sand Scorpion design, but... Alright, so. You're trying to copy this style here, but the issue is that you didn't do anything with it, right? So you kind of have it trimmed down towards the back here, which is interesting. I'll give you credit there, but also no sprocket, Sag. I think I had the same issue on the Kopesh, no sprocket, Sag. But you see how I broke it up quite a bit in areas, whereas yours is very consistent all the way across? This idea is interesting. Kind of reminds me of a Tog almost. And he 1 second figuring out which build he wanted to steal from. Do not minimize his efforts. Now we have the tail done. Yes, now that the tail is completely done, it's so nice. When the Warhammer 40k, just wait. No, no, this is I'm Reed. This isn't Renegade. Actually, did I download Renegade's build? Now that I think about it. Renegade, did I download your build? No, I don't remember. G1A Robin. Okay, there we go. I'll yoink that now. Don't know if I had it before, so I have it now for sure at least. Alright, back to this build. So, the barbed wire is very much an afterthought here, which is sad, because the barbed wire is like the primary appeal of this style in my opinion. And it should be a little bit more worked in. Again, Khopesh kind of does it in a poor way. Let's get the Shotel as well. Let's get as many design ideas as we can here, okay? Alright. Because I think the Shotel does barbed wire really nicely. So you're doing it at the front, similar to how the Shotel does it. So do you see how it kind of is the main piece at the front? Whereas yours is just kind of slapped on. The placement of it is fine. That's a lot of it though. I don't know why it's so thick. And also it clips straight through the center of the hull here. And you do a Khopesh style cockpit, which isn't great. That's one of the main things I want to change about the Khopesh actually, is because I hate the way the cockpit is. The Shotel does, oh, the Shotel is still messed up from the wheel. Yeah. 1 second, Carb fixed this for me. I just haven't downloaded the new fixed one yet. Neato, Carb. See, this is the nice thing about having my builds in game is that other people will update for me. Come on, where are you, buddy? Shotel, Shotel. Am I blind? There we go. Alright, that's a little bit better. Yeah, okay, so that's how it's supposed to look like. Alright. There we go. Let's just fix that up, shall we? There we go. Alright, so you can see here how the turret up here has that little mantlet. Yours doesn't have the mantlet. And I would actually argue that that little gold, like the little detail-framed ERA mantlets, are kind of critical to Sand Scorpion style. Because do you see how bare the front of your turret looks here? There's other issues with the turret as well, but boy, stream will probably continue for a few more hours. Honestly, at this rate, yeah, kind of. Yes, it's almost forced reviews, ATP. Built the tank and added the details because I wasn't aware of the style yet, and built the Empire with the design, so I wasn't expecting to add barbed wire. The metal's good to know though. Add those mantles as well. Yeah, no worries. Again, this isn't me making fun of you. This is me just trying to explain what you did wrong, so we can correct it. We can present alternatives. The Khopesh and the Shotel both are the same style, but very different. I like to put the barbed wire areas where I wouldn't want enemy crew boarding. Hence, for the Khopesh, it's at the back and the back of the turret. Whereas with the Shotel, not to worry about that as much, so I put it at the front, alongside with at the sides of the turret, right? Because that's an open turret. And same with here, like I do the metal here like this, but you notice how I always break it up with wood somewhere? Like this is 3 layers of metal right here, and then it goes backwards, but it's always breaking up with wood. The other thing I like to tell people is that wood is a frame. Sorry. Metal is a frame for your wood. So over here you have quite a bit of metal, but it's not really framing anything. Also, these wheels aren't connected to anything. So that's a little bit problematic there. This is interesting, but this feels more like something you'd see on a flamethrower turret. So maybe if this rear turret was a flamethrower instead of an APS, that would be a little bit better. You could also modify it slightly differently. If you don't have any flamethrower Sand Scorpion styles yet. Painted metal on the Khopesh. Yeah, it's fine. Painted metal's allowed on the Khopesh. Believe it or not, painted metal is actually allowed, it's just nobody ever does it right, hence why I get upset. I do painted metal correctly, so it's fine. So, I will say, somebody changed my painted metal, because that's supposed to be secondary color, not trim. Which honestly really shows how autistic I am about paint, considering I know exactly which panel should be which color also. Oh, I know what happened here. This is the same issue as the Shotel, where I have not saved the new Deco fixed version yet. 1 second, I gotta go back in-game. I gotta update my personal save folder. Because I haven't done that yet, it seems. There we go. I was wondering why it looks different. It's because my version is older. Now, did I fix it in here? No, okay, so someone else did that then. There, back is fixed now, though. Okay. Save. Yeah, because my version didn't even have the idle animations. There we go. Version 64, let's go, huge. Got a full stack of Khopesh chat. Next time I do put a ground painted all the metal now that you confirmed it to be allowed. No, because I will yell at you because you don't know how to do it. Just steal the barbed wire from another craft and make it quickly. I really like the flamethrower idea though. That turret was made to kill bikes, so I really like that idea. Yeah, the flamethrower's idea is a good idea. And the barbed wire, yeah, you stole it, but it feels like you stole it from like 15 other craft. Because the barbed wire here is like, you know, it's one layer. It looks like you stole the entire Yanwali supply of barbed wire here. Like, we are out of barbed wire. No other craft will be able to have it because of this one. You know what I mean? Like, also, only putting it on, like, see, back here actually is a little bit better. Well, again, it's clipping for your trench crosser here. The trench crosser is a cool idea. I like the idea. Reed, where does this guy go to? Where's he going to? What is he attached to? Mr. Rorson, what happened to the fire ant? Not finished. And I wanted to rebuild it anyway, because Gears wasn't quite what I wanted. I was gonna have him rebuild it, but then he left the community. Which, ironically enough, was because supposedly I wasn't giving him feedback on the builds, even though I did ask him to rebuild the fire ant, but go off, Queen. Aside from that, as well, you have logs here, which don't clip, which is good, but they leave holes to the interior, which is not great. So I think this build suffers from a lack of direction. I think you need to... there's a lot of ideas here. The concept is good. I think you just need to take a step back, maybe draw it out, or maybe block it out a bit more next time, and then really work it in. So if you want these side guns, for example, make sure you have the armor around them. Right now you just have wheels, and the wheels are very expensive volume-wise, so you can definitely take some of those out. The turret, you could probably make a block shorter, you'd be fine, honestly. The front, I would do more like a Shotel type of cockpit than a Khopesh. The Khopesh will be fixed eventually, TM. It's mirrored on itself? Yeah, I know it's mirrored on itself. That's why I'm joking, saying it took the entire supply. And then just a lot of clipping issues as well. But I like the ideas here. And then instead of attaching these to the front turret, just attach these to the rear turret, do a flamethrower idea. It could be really cool. I think the Mamluk might be a useful source of inspiration for this craft, so I'll drop them in the Discord later. What's the Mamluk? Have I seen the Mamluk? I'll write it up eventually. What do you mean I'll write it up eventually? What happened to the fire? Yeah. Unfortunate, yeah. Hate for Roar, but not for us. Yeah, honestly, yeah, because you guys don't know how to paint metal. I will stand by this, that chat does not know how to paint metal in Deepwater Guard. Deepwater Guard Tog. Oh, you're right. Yes, I do remember the Mamluk now. Alright, but yeah. So, my point is, it's not a bad start. It just needs a little bit more work. Also, you should put the Deepwater Guard symbol somewhere. Did I put it on the Shotel? If not, I need to put it on the Shotel. Maybe I'll put it on one of the... Oh, you know what? I'll put it on one of these little front panels, actually. That would be really cute. You should have Soulboy's message as used as a reaction image in TPD Discord. Oh, okay. But yeah. I'm just admiring the Shotel now. Aside from that, just, yeah, break up the track cards as well. No, I saw the barbed wire fronts from front of an hour tank and I had to smush it. And the back end, I should also mention I built this in a day without enough time. Again, you don't have to defend yourself here, Reed. I'm not, like, attacking you for this. I'm just saying, hey, this is what could be improved, right? It's perfectly fine to make mistakes, especially in a style that you've never built before. You know? And a big part of campaign building is you're gonna make mistakes. I still get corrected for some stuff I build. I'll send some stuff into Paphos, and Paphos will be like, Rorson me, matey, this ain't a good look. You know what I mean? So don't be like embarrassed that you messed up. You messed up a very hard style. Sand Scorpions is probably the hardest Deepwater Guard style because of how much detail I put into them. Right? Like, if you want to know how old the Khopesh is, that's from my laptop. And then this one was from the new PC. The stream PC. But yeah. So, you know, take the time to look at the Shotel, the little bit of the Khopesh. Khopesh is a little bit older now. Probably take a look at the Karambit as well. I don't think I have it on me. Oh, I had to do the Rattler. Did I ever submit this? I will say, I do love the new Rattler as well. But, take your time. Learn from it, you know what I mean? Just go from there. Also, you don't have to highlight your message every time. I will read it. You're spending rocks. Paphos did a Bluetooth smokestack and anchor on the brigand. They still haven't been fixed. Maybe we should kill him instead. No, we're not gonna kill him. He'll fix it eventually, TM. Or maybe I can just submit a fix for it. Oh shit, the new Rattler looks sick. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's in-game, isn't it? I'll have to check that later. It should be in-game. If it's not, then that means there was something wrong with it, but I haven't fixed yet. Which honestly sounds like me. I haven't touched Ashes in months. Not since before vacation. Because I wanted a break. Once I get the Privateer done, I'll start working on Ashes again as well. So I want to do the Fire Ant. I want to do Shemshir, the Land Marauder. I think Shredder's Rattler is still in game. Is it? Let me check. Because that's Bork and Cheesecake's Rattler. That does look... Yeah, that's Strider's. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to fix that. Alrighty. I'll get that fixed. Should do tanks too sometimes. True. Tanks are very fun. Just not when you've done them continually for 3 years. Then you get a little bit sad. But luckily, you guys aren't me. Alright, we got 2 more and then I can be free. Alright, box monitor. Oh god, it's so saturated. Okay, that's better. Actually, I will argue that this okay, you know what? This actually looks a lot better desaturated. Whose build is this? Blue Man, we're gonna have to talk about your color scheme. Similar to what I did with Aperture's design. Remember that you can lower the alpha on your builds and the shininess. Okay, I have to recite the version. Back to roast. True. Got to update alpha branch with the new stuff from Deepwater Garden GT. That's fine. Alpha branch doesn't need it. Because keep in mind, Abby works on a different branch than Sean. Told me like 20 times. The white is less white for me. Okay, then just reduce the alpha. It may work for you, but it doesn't work if you put it on the Steam Workshop. Keep in mind, it's not about working for you. It's about working for me. If I see it, I'm going to comment on it. There you go. Ooh, actually, it looks great in Silver Snow colors. I love the turret here. That's really well done. Ads, yeah, ads. I'll wait for the ads to go out, don't worry. Guys, there's 3 minutes every hour. This is just how the game works. It got me depression. But yeah. Actually, I do quite like this idea. This is a cute little guy. You're able to on the ads returned, honestly. Because I don't highlight it, it straight up doesn't come up, but yeah, I give it. I get it. Thanks for the help, man. Just get a list. Change the barbed wire, fix the side armor, remove the wheels a bit, change the top armor on the turret, add the Deepwater Guard logo, paint it, reduce the material, and add a flamethrower turret on the back. Yeah, and to keep in mind to armor up those the turrets on the side too if you want to keep them. But yeah, with Sand Scorpions, asymmetry is the name of the game. So like those track guards, break them up a little bit, don't make them consistent. Maybe have some oblique armor on some of them. You can really go crazy with the style. So by all means, have fun with it, and just have reference art. Like, have the Kopesh there, have the Shotel, have the Karambit, right? Because Bork and Cheesecake did the Karambit, they did pretty good, so. Like, glad those are some AK-looking gas tubes. Yeah, I kind of like the gas tubes on a turret, though. That's pretty cute. I love the little comments. I think I've seen this ship before, haven't I? Maybe it's just very similar. The monitor at the back is interesting. And then the rest of it is not complete. I'm not really sure what you're looking for in terms of help on this. Hi. Hello, Moonpaw. Yeah, I'm not sure why it does. If you don't highlight it, doesn't show up. That's strange. Nope, his new ship and faction style. Yeah, I assume just the back is different, right, with the new turret, but everything else I feel like I've seen before. So there's really not much to get the hull to such. The front looks good. It's shaped well. Side, I like the little etch like on it. It has multiple layers to it, which I really like. Honestly, I don't think the top overhangs enough. I think, come here. Come over here. Do it like this, right? Then that way. Maybe not. Let's do poles. I don't know what the exact level you'd space them out at, but you see what I mean? Maybe space them out evenly, or maybe space them out oddly like how I did here. But do you see how like that could add another layer of detail there? Those turrets I added to die, to be honest. I don't like them and didn't really have time to properly finish them. Just remove them, then. Gonna go work on the tank now. Thanks a lot. Yeah, no worries. I'm glad I was able to help. But if you're not gonna work on them, just remove them because they're gonna be a detriment to the tank otherwise. But yeah, so Blue Man, this is the only thing I would really recommend on yours because your top deck's a little bit too thin. Have it extend out and do like the little walkways like how some ships do. At least no poles when the top side has beams. What do you mean? It's fine. Angled beams? Yeah, sure, you can do angled beams. Not the poles. Yeah, you don't have to do it exactly like this, but I'm saying have like the little overhang with supports. It doesn't have to be exactly like this. Actually, this is great. Yeah, you did it. You already did it up here, so just do this down here. But in that case, you probably have to add it out another layer so that you can have both sides of it, right? Without blocking the walkway itself. You can figure it out. I'm just saying your second layer right here is a little bit too thin. Especially with how hard it curves in up here. So, You can figure it out yourself. I'm just saying that's an idea, right? The angled beams aren't the worst idea. I do actually quite like them. Okay. Might even be able to get away with doing... Nah, I don't know if you can get away with doing this. I just have to angle beam the other way. This, and like this. There we go. Even that could work too, if you want to do like really angled beams, but up to you. But just keep in mind, again, when you're working on a square by square grid, having diagonals, having stuff that's not exactly square will really help pop your builds. Think the funnels work? Yeah, they work. They're nothing special, but they're not egregiously wrong, right? Nothing really wrong with them. Ship communist. Maybe there's slopes right above it. It's fine, don't worry about it. Need triangle to triangle to make that work fully, but yeah, that could be cool. Yeah. Like angled forward a bit? Yeah, angled beams maybe, exactly right. Like different on top. What's this little guy? Probably a rangefinder mount. Yeah, honestly, it's not bad. I'm curious to see how you finish this build, Blue Man. Because you have really good deep water guard builds, so I'd love to see how you do with the rest of the stuff. But also, yeah, lower the alpha. I don't care if it doesn't look the same on yours. Lower the alpha, it'll look better on your side as well. Alright, what is the... Oh, it's a trireme, okay. Oh, it's an animated trireme. First off, your forecastle is too small. So, this is the actual time period I study. And I know, obviously, the ores are massive compared to how they would be IRL, so that part's fine. You could probably deco them to make them smaller, though. Especially with the length. The length is definitely off. But the forecastle should actually be pretty much side to side. It should, like, the forecastle envelops the bow and the stern, usually, with these types of builds. And especially with, like, when you get up to, like, biremes, not so much, but, like, when you get up to triremes, quadremes, quinteremes, and then, like, you know, you have the insane ones that the Selikids did. You get some really interesting... Why is it real backwards? Don't worry about it. No, honestly, I love this idea. I want to make a Deep Water Guard trireme one of these days. Because I want to do a bunch of Deep Water Guard sub-factions, right? Like, I want to have my little electric eel one where it's Tesla coils. I want to do a more trireme Deep Water Guard sub-faction. I want to do one based off, like, junks from the Far East. Like, with, like, the really cool interest in sails. I'm waiting for the sail update for that one. And then I eventually want to do builds based off of other designs too, right? So, because ideally, I'd want all my like when I'm done my Deep Water Guard only build, I want to build kind of like a new sub faction to go against each faction I'm going against. So Onyx Watch, like the sub faction I use against Onyx Watch, will probably have more armor to counter Onyx Watch armor, right? Or maybe bigger guns. I haven't decided yet thematically how I want to do it. The Lightning Hoods, obviously, I'm going to be using the Tesla Coil faction to face the Lightning Hoods. So, lots of stuff like that, right? I don't know what I would use the Trireme faction on. Maybe, honestly, maybe White Flares. That could actually be really interesting. Then again, White Flares kind of just loses the normal Deep Water Guard on easy. Or should not be so perfectly synchronized, add a little offset. I agree with that. Yeah, it's definitely interesting, Horsenator. I love that you got it conceptually to work, and I'm definitely going to be stealing those ores. But, very well done. Very well done, dude. Alright, I think that's everything for today. Oh, we're free, chat. Did I miss anyone? I did miss someone, didn't I? I know who I missed. I missed Renegade. Alright, there you go. Oh, look at him go. My god. Okay, so first things first, your prop's a little bit big. Let's start him off a little bit. So, you see how the prop is massive compared to the craft? I would reduce it just by one block in each direction, personally. Also, even if you only using two sides of a prop, so let's see aerodynamic here, always add the fourth side. So let's cut it off by one each side. There we go. That works. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Did I miss one? I did. There we go. So I would do something like that. And then if you're like, oh, but I don't want 4 props, that's fine because you can just do this. Where is it? Stop rendering the up blade, stop rendering the down blade. There we go. So now you still get more power, but you still keep the initial two props that you wanted looks wise. Seeing contrast hurts my eyes. GW Shinin at home. Yeah. The white also is a little bit bright here. What color is that? Color, I see. Oh, that's all deco. Okay, 1 second. Is that painted with main? Is that my colors? No, that's definitely not. Okay, so that's probably 9, paint color 9 then. Alright, just judge by how bright it is. So let's take that. Just use a different white. A lot of whites on this in this game, so I'm never quite sure where. Alright, you know what? It's fine. The point is, lower the contrast a little bit. Maybe add a splash of color wouldn't be remiss. Very peak playing. Said it was deep in the night, and that ship doesn't have any motor or anything. Sure, everyone can steal them. Just get the idea and try to little robot. No, I think the robot idea did work. I think, like, so Horsenator, we're not critiquing you. I'm just saying, like, that's a really cool concept. I want to see it expanded upon. Yeah, I was gonna orange stripe. Yeah, or maybe, yeah, orange stripe could work. Aside from that, it's a pretty basic plane. I would love to see, like, maybe some engine apparatus back here. Like, what's running this prop, right? Add, like, some, like, little engines coming out the back. So actually, I have a very similar plane that I do. That I made for Deepwater Guard, actually. The Razor Bow. Here we go. So you can see how very similarly I have it's Shinden, or Shinden, it's, you know, J7W. I have the little areas on the side. I have the canards. I have the APS, and you can see how at the back I have my engine sticking out. And then I have a very thick propeller, which definitely somebody touched, because I did not put it like that. I think Pathos probably touched it, but I'll change that later, don't worry. But that should not be that thick of a propeller. My point being, though, is that you can see how you can get a lot of that unique shaping without... just scale it up a little bit. The small stuff doesn't really work great for FDD, I find. And I know, obviously, your guys are a lot smaller than mine. Actually, it's not that much. I think I'm like, what, 252? 224, and you're only 185. So you definitely have the room to scale them up a little bit and add all those features. Instant Pathos shade. Well, it was either Pathos or Spidicy. Those are the only 2 people who ever touched this plane, aside from me, so... somebody fucked up here. It also could have just been me, let's be honest. End lamp effects. Hey, give me a... Thank you. Can we make this a little bit easier on ourselves, please? Because it should not be... Yeah, there we go, and then... we want this... Okay, no, we do want the end lamp effects. And blade offset. No, that's fine. The blade I won't mess with. I think we can probably put like a 5% rotation. Yeah, why is it? It's so chunky, like thickness wise. There we go. That's what I need. And it's not really working here. I want to do like the. Put down the blade. You know what? There's an easier way to do this, chat. there's a much easier way to do this. Does the puffin have the right one? Yes. There's a much easier way to do this. That's yours. I need mine. Need some live fixing here, because I know I don't know what messed up that blade, but it shouldn't look like that. There we go. And then extra protection. Even I would actually make that a little bit. There we go. Yeah, that's good enough. Alright, let's just save that real quick. That looks a little bit better. Yeah, have a good one, Sheepichu. Use deckers to make the props look like pieces of rebar? Absolutely not. That would look horrible. My point being here, though, before I got distracted once again, is that your plane is good. Like, I think you got the nose shape right, especially with the style you're kind of going for, because you're using missiles in a prop plane. I think just the back needs a little bit more detail to it. And keep in mind, these wedges are technically a 2-meter angle. So you're gonna notice something here. You see how that's the same angle? Whereas you're using 1 meters in the wedges, which is causing this weird crinkled effect. So if you're gonna use a wedge here, either reduce it by half, so that you get a 1 meter. And you can see how that looks, right? Or use 2 meters on the side, so that you keep that slope, so you don't get this weird crinkled effect. That's the biggest thing I was gonna say here. Commit the wedge and give the plane a mohawk. I'm not a fan of plain mohawks, personally, but Doesn't want to do as an underwater sea walk with a city atop it. Ooh, neat. Alrighty. Anyway, that's gonna be all for roast today. We actually got quite a bit done today. I'm quite happy. And I'm glad I was able to showcase to quite a few newer people who don't come out to roast as often how to do stuff. Alright, let's get into our little just chatting screen here. So I'm gonna raid out. Let's go find someone to raid. Let's see if someone else is doing FTD first. Oh, I'm too big. There we go. We're gonna see if someone else is doing FTD first. If you have any suggestions in chat, please by all means give them to me, because if we don't have anyone doing FTD, well, Austin from the depths, how long are they going for? We're doing a lot of missiles, right? I don't know if I... You know what? Yeah, McTire and Nescafana. Let's go see what they're up to, shall we? 25 fault. Yeah, you know what? Let's go drop them. Let's go drop it on them. We're doing a raid, chat. Yeah, that was a lot of builds on it. Yeah, it's because I missed Friday. Normally, it's not as bad if I don't miss Friday. Raid, McTire, Scapa. It's not an American prototype? Nice. Yeah, it's probably the one that's similar to the Japanese one. Alright, remember, if you stick around for the raids, you will get extra channel points, and it'll be a fun time. Thank you for streaming. No worries. Thank you guys for coming out. It was great getting to see you all. Hope you all have a wonderful afternoon, evening, or morning, wherever you are. And I will see you all tomorrow. No, actually, I don't see you tomorrow. I'll see you all Thursday for our City Builder stream. I don't know, whether we finish Banished or start a new city stream. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Maybe I'll do a poll to see what we want to do for City Builders. But regardless, I'll see you all Thursday. I'll have a video out either tonight or tomorrow, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we'll have shorts, YouTube shorts with the lore for Deep Under Guard. Just get it cleaned up. I'm going to try and get as many done tonight as I can. And just make sure that we have those good to go. But I hope you all had a wonderful time, and I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.